Welcome to Paranormal M, where the eerie and the unexplained come alive. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to follow our spine-tingling tales. Brace yourself for a supernatural journey. Missing 411, strange disappearances in the woods, and entering other realms through our own. I've begun to wonder if this person goes missing and ends up 50 miles away the next day phenomenon is actually a real thing, and perhaps has been for quite some time. You have otherwise skilled hikers or people familiar with the area they're in. They go to step off the trail, take a leak or pick a mushroom, or suddenly the landscape shifts and they're lost. They scream and yell, but nobody responds. Their friends later claim that they never heard them. The forest and the trees even look different. The birds don't even sound the same. Search parties are deployed, but the person ends up 50 miles away the next morning with no explanation on how they got there or how they traveled so quickly. Alternatively, otherwise responsible parents take their eyes off their toddler for a brief moment. Later the night, kid turns up 12 miles away with the story of how a light or a gnome led them to a special place. I teach survival and camping, and I guess now foraging. And these stories are more common than you'd think. Your first instinct is panic sets in and a person gets turned around, and sure, that happens. That's even happened to me. You fail to rein in that panic, and you don't take note of where you are, or where you've been, and suddenly you're even more lost. That I get. What I don't get is people following strange lights in the woods and turning up 2 days later many miles away with no recollection. Or people who seem to step into different time or place for an extended period of time, but then walk 5 feet and they're suddenly back on the trail. I studied Shakespeare in college. It always struck me as odd that his comedies had such a supernatural aura to them. Often his plays were very rooted in everyday life, in history, and very real things. So why would he have to delve into the fantastical? Northrop Frye, a literary critic, called some of the spaces in his comedies a green world. It's a place where the characters go and encounter mystical beings who help them solve their problems, or make their lives better. It is the realm of fairies, will-o'-wisps, and centaurs. All is resolved and characters return to daily life, drink, hit a wedding, and get married. I propose that this is a very real phenomenon that's existed for at least quite some time. That's as evidenced by Shakespearean writing. Oral histories by Native Americans speak of spiritual realms that are easy to access. As easy to access as walking down the street to go to the gas station. I believe it's more possible a supernatural phenomenon exists that's existed for an incredibly long time. And it's maybe only now in modern times that it's fallen by the wayside. Back in the day, it was like any other Tuesday. Gave birth to fairy realms, will-o'-wisps, gnomes, hobbitses, Shakespearean's green world, and many other myths. Going into the woods to meet supernatural creatures was such a regular-ass thing because it actually happened to people. It's not that Shakespeare gives us a supernatural setting in his comedies. It's that he gives us a very real thing that happened to people, like with everything else wrote. And today, it is a wild conspiracy theory that nobody will believe. But people who never get lost keep getting lost, meeting otherworldly beings and having unexplainable experiences. Why? My daughter keeps talking to something in my closet. Since my daughter, 18 months old, was able to wave, babble, or generally interact with people, she's been interacting with someone or something hiding in her closet. It started with waving. I made the joke that there's a ghost in there. At the time, I didn't actually believe it. Our dog likes to sleep in the closet, so I just figured that, she was waving to her. There was only one problem with that explanation. Anytime she waved, my dog was nowhere near the closet. Then she started babbling. She'd have full-on babble conversations with the closet. We brushed it off as her just being goofy. Sometimes she'd hold up toys to show the closet, then babble about it like she was doing show and tell. Now she's starting to use full sentences, and just this morning she looked over at the closet. "Hi, I see you," and then waved. This is the first coherent sentence that she said toward the closet. It's a little bit unnerving. And again, my dog wasn't in there. She's laying at the foot of the bed. The closet is a very small walk-in style closet. There's some built-in shelving up top, some plastic shelving that we added, and the door's off the hinges. It's leaning against the built-in shelving because it fell off and, we need to fix it. There isn't a single thing in there that looks like a human form. I've always been a bit sensitive to these things, but more so when I was a kid. I like to think that if there was something in the closet, I'd feel it. But now I'm doubting myself. For context, we live in a trailer built in the 80s, not even an old house. And as far as I know, the only deaths that have happened in the house were a couple of pets the previous owner had. And when my daughter talks to whatever's in there, she looks up like a tall person is standing there rather than a cat or a dog. Is this guy following me around? Our last home we moved down about 5 years ago was extremely haunted. The guy who built the house died in it about 30 years prior to us moving in. We're pretty sure that he wasn't stoked on the constant revolving door of young tenants. Within the first day of us moving in, it said my name out loud, started knocking on door frames, something that would pretty much continue almost 24/7 for a year. Just generally made us all uncomfortable. One night it even knocked a book off my mantle onto my head while I was sleeping. Left a pretty bad bruise. It would stop our laundry machines mid-wash or dry and open both the doors when we left the room. Scooted stuff around our kitchen. Often showed itself when we had guests and would scare them out of the house. Overall, very spooky. When we moved out, we moved into the house directly behind it. Our first day here, my roommates and I were chatting across the house when we heard a very distinct sound of books being picked up in a stack, dropped very deliberately onto the ground. A sound we both heard and reacted to. Said the same thing as to, what it was that we heard. We went into the living room and nothing was moved around. No books had fallen over, and in the 5 years we've been here, the only other strange thing that's happened was yesterday. Coincidentally, the day we started moving into a new house. I started to walk out the door when I heard a loud, snarling yap. Thought my dog had snapped at each other and started to fight behind me. It scared me so bad I jumped and whirled around instantly. My dogs were lying down, completely calm and away from each other, and now alerting to something behind me, like right where I heard the noise coming from. It's very weird and out of character for a new home. But I'm convinced it's our old ghost here to fuck with us one last time before we move further away on him. Has this ever happened to anybody who's lived in a haunted home and moved somewhere where that property touches their new one? We will find out. Breathing over my ear in a country house. This was my last summer in our country house because we were selling it. It was 2016 and I was 16 years old at that point. Usually I came there at the beginning of the summer and left at the end. But in the middle of the summer my parents and other relatives came and we all lived there in a big group. Then at the end of summer, everybody left. It was the day when my parents went back to another city and my sister and I left for another week with my grandparents in the country house. It was evening, Everything was as usual. I went for a walk with friends from neighboring areas. My grandmother went to a city because she likes to spend the night in the city. My grandfather and my sister stayed the last day or so to spend the night in the country house. Grandfather doesn't sleep in the house all summer, but he does go to bed in a gazebo on the street. I had to spend the night in the house with my sister. She slept on the first floor and I in the second. Went up to the second floor, calmly made my bed, and when I turned off the light it became a little bit creepy. But I quickly crawled under the covers and everything became normal. But for some reason I couldn't sleep for a very long time. I tossed and turned in bed until 2 a.m. Although I went to bed as usual, I went to bed at exactly 10 p.m. Couldn't fall asleep until 2 because all sorts of terrible thoughts. I'm lying on the roof with my head under the blanket and I'm getting hot. I'm about to throw off the blanket. Then I begin to hear heavy breathing right over my ear through the blanket. First I thought maybe it was me breathing and the sound on the blanket was reflected so loudly that I could hear myself so loudly. Maybe I heard my own breath. But the breathing above my ear didn't stop. I lay there for about 10 minutes listening to this breathing. Then it stopped. I lay under the blanket for a little longer. Then I jumped up sharply and looked around. There was no one there. So I decided to go to sleep on the first floor and fell asleep there peacefully. Nothing like this has ever happened to me again. And another note, it was definitely not sleep paralysis because I could move. I was lying facing the stairs and I would have seen somebody had they gone up and would have heard very loud doors opening in the house and very creaky floors. Doors were prohibited key. Anyone else ever experienced anything like this before? Let me start out by saying in 2004, something really tragic happened in my own home. Here's the background information. My ex was like a raging drug addict. He also was abusive as they come, so my words have no merit whatsoever. But anyways, he brings over this well-known heroin addict. They're partying well into the night. I'm currently a nursing student, so I wake up early. The next morning, I'm woken up by this man laid out in our front room. He's snoring like I've never heard anyone snore before. I later found out that he was in respiratory arrest. I even had to push my 3-month-old Rottweiler off of him. She was licking him profusely. She was even licking the inside of his mouth. I found that to be remarkably odd. Pulled the dog off of him, and being that I'm a first-year nursing student, I woke up my ex and said, "I think something's wrong with this guy. I think we have to call 911. He screams in my face how he's got a mass amount of drugs in the house and there won't be any sort of cop calling shit. I had to get to my school to take the AP and a microtest, so I leave. I'm gone literally 3 hours. When I get home, all hell breaks loose. My ex is frantic. He's yelling at me to do CPR on this heroin addict. I say I don't have any protection for my mouth, so I'm not giving rescue breaths. This was well before they changed CPR to compressions only. I drop down, go to check his breathing, but at first glance I can see his eyes are wide open, pupils fully dilated and fixed. He's catatonic, meaning he's blue. His lips are blue, his nose is blue, and this guy was cold to the touch. Even a tad rigid. I knew CPR wasn't going to bring him back, but I start compressions and sternum rubs. My ex runs across the street to my neighbor's house, and he also takes my phone with him. He's gone like 3 minutes, which seems like an eternity at this point. It leaves me all alone to deal with this guy. Then I hear sirens. The neighbors must have called 911. Paramedics arrive and break out everything they can to bring him back. They even brought out Narcan, which is an opiate overdose medication, but nothing worked. Apparently they knew this man, because I overheard the one medic say, "Isn't this the 6th time now we've brought this one back?" It didn't register till much later, but he wasn't afforded 7th. He was pronounced dead on arrival. You'd think this would make my ex clean up his act, but it didn't. Well, a year later I finally escaped this turmoil. We split for good, thank God. It was 7 years of hell on earth itself. But that's a story for another day. This has to do with what happens in the exact spot of my living room some 2 years later. Well, this man dies right on my living room floor. Now try and picture the layout. One-story ranch living rooms as soon as you enter the home. To the left of the living room is a hallway. That's where there's a full bathroom and 3 bedrooms. Anyways, so I'm on the couch watching TV. Get up to go to the bathroom. On my way to the restroom, I'm stopped dead in my tracks. I feel this energy force enter through my chest. Every hair stands up on end and I even smell it. I felt this weird sensation through my chest. It stayed for 10 seconds and then I felt a pulling sensation out of my back. It's summer, so we don't have static electricity until winter. I tried to rationalize this with every theory I can. I didn't get cold like everybody always claimed when a ghost is present. It was energy. I've never had this happen before, and I've never had it happen again. Anybody else ever experienced this, or am I the only one? Ronald McDonald House, and something in my room. There was a noise and a thing in my room at Ronald McDonald House. My daughter, who's also a Redditor, suggested I post the story here. After chewing on it for several weeks, I'm not really sorting out what I believe about the situation. I've chosen to follow her suggestion. I neither believe nor disbelieve in much of anything outright. Typically look for what answer is more likely than not, and then make my decisions from there. I've had what I have accepted to be paranormal encounters. I've had encounters that most certainly seemed paranormal in the moment, but turned out to be very boring and sadly dismissible. On this, though, I think I'm trying to find any other plausible answer, because this was much too much to dismiss, but also too much to be real. My daughter has fairly severe scoliosis and has some comorbidities, and her care requires us to travel out of state where there's a specialist that can treat all of her conditions as one. As a result, we stay at Ronald McDonald House during our stays. We've done so for many years without incident. It's a lovely alternative to hotels, and when things get heavy, sometimes it's nice to be alone, but still with other people who understand the fear and struggle, so I always felt comfortable and safe there. We are, unfortunately, there far more often than we would like. This particular trip was for a spinal fusion. It was going to be complicated and involved. We were prepared to be there for quite a while. The room was lovely, bigger than our usual rooms there. The only real difference aside from how nice it was that it was next to what I assume was the large old heating and cooling units for the building. One door away from the fire escape stairwell. I'd never stayed in this area. The building had been renovated and a very large addition wing was added. We were on the old side. The heating and cooling sounded like a jet engine. No exaggeration, like when it kicked on, and it did occasionally rattle. Well, not only that, but rattled the walls and the whole house. And by the way, this will be important information for later. It was so loud that I wondered how families with struggling children could tolerate the constant rumbling noise. I really can't express how very loud it was, and that'll be important later too. So remember the rattling and the loudness. Our first night in the room, after we got settled into bed, the bathroom light turned itself on. The light's motion activated, and I noticed later that the motion sensor was sort of angled, so you almost had to walk diagonally through the door to trigger it. It wasn't something that could have been impacted by light from the TV or something like that. I found it odd, but thought maybe the outrageous rumbling could have somehow caused it. I was too tired to care. So we made a joke of it and fell asleep. Her pre-op appointment started very early and ran long. The next night, at least nothing exciting happened. The following night, I noticed an odd sound. I like scratching on the wall, but different, more like a scraping sound. But it sounded like multiple objects scraping at the same time. Then the bathroom light would turn on again. This time it really didn't seem related to the bomber jet taking off right outside my walls. It really sounded like it was in the room. I knew my nerves were shot, and I knew I was exhausted. I knew my mind was already coming up with a million scary things to worry about. So I convinced myself it was just the old pipes and ducts and that obnoxious machine being so close. So I fell asleep, and the next day was surgery day. Surgery was rough. A few challenges ensued, and she ended up needing a blood transfusion. A few other things too. And I point out these issues because I'm still trying to gaslight myself into believing that the most likely scenario for the rest of the story is that I was very tired. And I was in the older part of the building, with the equivalent of an aircraft carrier outside. I think I really want to believe that. Well, I went to her room alone that night. More exhausted than I think I've ever been in my life. I needed to be back to the hospital in a few hours, but after such a long and terrifying day, knowing she was resting peacefully and my presence would keep her awake, I chose to get some rest. I poured myself into bed, and I was just getting settled when the scratching started again. I was too tired to care. Then, the clicking. I don't know how else to describe it. Think of the sound of a smallish dog with 2 long toenails that they would make on a wood floor. Similar to that, but not exact. Seemed to be coming from the same area near the bathroom as before. I ignored it, and again, assuming it was just the machines. Then on the other side of the room near the other bed where a refrigerator was, the clicking started there. Then the large reusable bag on top of the mini fridge that held our dry groceries rattled as though it had been bumped or jostled. Then the scraping. At this point I had to take notice. It wasn't changing based on the rumbling noise, it was just moving. Right on cue, the bathroom light clicked on. I can't properly describe how physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted I was after everything we were dealing with. And in the most annoyed mom voice ever, I said out loud, "I'm way too tired for this bullshit tonight. Knock it off." I wasn't talking to anybody in particular. I just think I needed to say it out loud. It stopped. I fell into restless sleep for a few hours. After the first night, I began taking pictures, just to post to my social media stories with some snarky caption about the obnoxious bathroom light, so I was able to document every time something happened. Mostly for my own entertainment, as I kept people updated on my daughter. I didn't see anything unusual in the photos, other than a light nobody had been near for hours, basically, deciding to be on after a series of other weird events. A few more nights of scraping sounds here or there in the room. The light turning on, but nothing further, at least until after 6 nights in the hospital. That's when she was released. Got her to her room and situated as comfortably as I could in her bed. After 2 nights in her bed, we figured out that it was increasing her pain, so we moved her to the pull-out couch bed. That's where she had more support. She could use the arms as bed rails, giving her freedom to move herself a bit. Her bed became sort of a catch-all for anything that we didn't want on the floor. So there were hospital items, adaptive equipment, medical supplies, and a few extra blankets and pillows piled here and there on the bed. My bed was closest to the bathroom. Hers was closest to the window across the room with the nightstand between. The fridge and groceries were at the front of that bed. The couch bed was against the opposite wall toward the foot of the beds. You could see just about every inch of the room from all 3 beds, except for the bathroom, which could only be seen from the couch bed. This night in particular, the scraping started again, along with the clicking and tapping sound. She heard it too. Then the bathroom light turned on. We both remarked on the situation, and I explained that I'd been hearing it all along, trying to dismiss it. She had seen the bathroom light each time when she was there, but now the clicking was more like audible or forceful. I don't know the word to use because I still don't know what it was, but then the sound was back near the groceries. We're both trying to ignore it, Certain the combination of fatigue, emotion, and everything else that was causing our minds to add scenarios that weren't really necessary. You know that feeling you get when you know you need to turn around, but suddenly you just don't want to? I'm sure there's a name for it, but that's when I've got the explanation for what happened next. Turned my head toward a regular bed where the extra belongings were stored, and I don't really know what I saw. I just know I saw it. My eyes were well adjusted to the dim light, and I was tired, but certainly aware and awake. I was sober. My mental state was fantastic since my daughter was safe with me. Procedure was over and we're moving forward. I feel like that's important to note, given that I truly want to understand what comes next. A head slowly came up from between the wall and the bed, where the extra blankets were stacked. That's probably maybe 8 or 10 inches above the mattress. It was hairless. The skin was an unnatural pinkish hue, like the color of a healed burn, I guess I could describe it. But more peachish. Was that a word, peachish? The ears and eyes didn't make sense. The eyes were dark and abnormally large, taking up an unreasonable amount of the face. I don't recall seeing a nose, and there could have been one, but I didn't notice or I don't recall. I did notice that the mouth was more like a long, closed slit than angled down at the sides. I didn't notice any lips of any sort. The head was disproportionate to glimpse of the shoulders I was seeing, like how toddlers' heads seem way too big for their bodies. The head and shoulders were similar in size, with the shoulders only slightly wider. Whatever was draped over them was ill-fitting and dark, probably black. The head rose up as though it was slowly standing, then slowly lowered back down, as though it saw me watching and chose to hide again. The thing is, it didn't make any sort of acknowledgement of me seeing it at all. I didn't feel any sense of doom or anything, just an unsettling feeling that I had very clearly had seen something in a room, in the same area as the clicking and scraping. Whatever it was didn't seem to even care that we were even there or present. The movements weren't fast or jerky, it just seemed to slowly stand and then lower itself back down. I didn't see this out of the corner of my eye, I was looking directly at it. Once it lowered back down again, there was no more sounds or disturbance that night, nor the 3 nights we were there. I was afraid of scaring my daughter. No, I couldn't move her even if I wanted. During this whole ordeal, the elevator was broken. Couldn't get her down from her 3rd-story room. And to learn from the people at the desk what I was going to do if there was an emergency. Knowing under emergency circumstances, we would just use the stairwell that was close to her room, but the kid couldn't move. She was in blinding pain, fused from her skull to her rump. Just getting her to the bathroom was an entire production. We were stuck where we were. Whatever this was hadn't caused any harm, it was just unsettling. I was far more terrified of just trying to move my daughter and all of her medical and adaptive equipment out of her room. Where do we even go? Ronald McDonald House has a wait list in summer. There's no other rooms. Hotels in the area run $200 a night anywhere near the hospital. So that was out. Chose not to tell her what I saw until the drive home. I'd noticed very few other odd things missing from our belongings, but I assumed I'd just misplaced them in my exhaustion. I trusted that no one from the facility was stealing. Few of the missing items were stored next to several $100s cash that I didn't want to carry on my person. I know leaving it in the room isn't ideal, but that's what I did. If someone was coming in and stealing, I would assume they would take the items of value or straight-up cash, not random snack food or little trinkets. Certain I had somehow lost my mind and misplaced them, I mentioned it to my daughter each time something new vanished, kind of like a ha-ha, see how tired Mom is. I'm so dumb I misplaced one singular package of gummies today without even remembering touching it. I can't stress how hard I was trying to convince myself that everything was normal and could be explained away. On the very long drive home, I told her the full story, mainly as a distraction to keep her from focusing on the discomfort of being shoved into, then trapped for 12 hours in a very small car without being able to bend. I told her everything, day by day, the missing items, the sound, the light, finally the figure. She asked me to describe it, and I said no. Felt crazy. Certainly didn't want to open my mouth and confirm it. Wanted her to laugh with me and tell me how tired I must have been, so I just could get a mother-daughter moment of reminding her how happy I was that I was there with her and I didn't mind a bit. That's how the story needed to end for me, so I could go on with life and forget about it. Instead, she started asking very specific questions. I answered her honestly, but reluctantly. I won't lie to her, so she knew I would answer. She asked very particular questions about the size and shape of the head and shoulders, the eyes, the mouth, the tapping, the scraping that she also heard and when items went missing. She then said she believes that I saw a crawler. I didn't know what that was. I'm not certain I fully understand what it is now. She asked me what other entrances were near her room, because she didn't ever really know. She was in the hospital most of the time, and when she was there, she didn't venture out except to go to the appointments and only left in one direction. So I told her about the old stairwell, one door down from ours. She went on to tell me a variety of things, then looked up more information and stories on them. I suppose the details fit, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. For reference, my daughter just turned 18 while recovering from surgery in Ronald McDonald House, so she isn't prone to storytelling or wild imagination. She's a young woman, well-educated, and really likes cryptids. She studies weird stuff, and I think it's great. She doesn't partake in any mind-altering substances, though obviously was on pain meds and, following the procedure and all that. Help! I'm being tormented by a ghost. The lights in my bathroom flicker, even when I screw them in more. Lights in my bedroom have turned on and off by themselves. I often see something in my peripheral. Whenever I look at it, it disappears, but it seems like it's wearing some kind of black robe. I feel and hear 3 gentle taps on my temple like every now and then, and usually when I'm trying to fall asleep. It's unsettling having this much activity lately, especially since the activity had previously declined. Here's a little background. I live at home with my family. I'm in my childhood bedroom in the basement. When I was a teenager, I was really stupid. At one point, I think 2018 if I had to guess, me and my friends had a seance with a Ouija board in my room. We made contact with something they called, Jason. Told us things that we knew were lies, like that it died in this house. There's no previous owners. Stuff like that. We said goodbye and thought that was the end of it. Keep the Ouija board in the hallway closet. After that, there'd be random cold spots in my room, like you'd be sweating from the space heater until you sat on the bed and it would be super cold. There was also this super uneasy feeling in the hall where the closet was. Then at some point, 2021 I think, I started seeing this thing. It was like it used to be a woman, but there was black instead of a mouth and eyes, and it was smiling literally from ear to ear. I would always pretend I didn't see it. I'd walk past and go about my business. I eventually told some friends in 2023 about that creepy thing and explained how it was next to the Ouija board. We made a plan to bury the board. I took the board to her place, she gave me some sage and tried to light it over the Ouija board. But the spring in the lighter shot straight out, leaving the lighter completely useless. I did get another lighter and lit it away from the board, cleansed the board. Then we talked about where to bury it. We saw a very young kid standing in the street, just staring at us. We went to see where his parents were, but as soon as we walked, he ran. We watched him go into a house that my friend thought was abandoned. My friend swears that he was a demon, but I think she was just paranoid. We left the board on the sidewalk to go get lunch, but we were really stupid. When we came back, you guessed it was gone. Figured since the board was out of my possession, I was safe. Went home, cleansed my area very thoroughly. I stopped seeing that terrifying apparition, so I figured all was well, even though I still couldn't shake the being watched feeling. There's a lot of antiques in my home, so I figured that it was possible that something from one of those was just watching. A lot of people who don't know about the Ouija incident have said that they feel like they're being watched or something isn't right in my room. I would just ignore it. It wasn't bugging me too much. Cleanse my room anyway. Just an eerie feeling and a light flicker here and there seemed harmless enough. But now it's getting ridiculous. Having trouble sleeping because I'm seeing something moving around my bed and I wake up several times around 3 or 4 a.m. What do I do? Any knowledge, advice, or similar stories are greatly appreciated. I'm out of ideas. Hearing voices near Olympic National Park. I was just recently at a small cabin tucked away in the woods, right on the edge of the Olympic National Park. It was just me and my pup. The cabin sits on the edge of the cliff, has a creek running below that's accessible via a steep trail on the property. As I was walking down the path to the cabin, I heard what I thought were people or children. It sounded like they were down at the creek playing. I tried to peer over the edge to see them, but I couldn't immediately see anything and just was ready to take a nap. So I just assumed it was somebody else from the property using the creek. It did give me a weird feeling though. I just tried to brush it off. A few hours later, I got up and took a chair outside of the same area where I was walking to sit and read for a while. I heard a similar higher-pitched noise or voice sound, but not quite to the same degree as earlier. I stopped reading and started paying close attention to see if I could identify it, but it never presented itself in the same way again. I heard a tree creaking a bit, lots of very tall trees in the area, but it wasn't the same noise or nearly as loud as what I heard before. I really just wanted it to be the trees. Went back to the cabin, and a while later, picked up a notebook where visitors have signed and written little stories. I flipped to one page from April 2024 that reads, "We did have one experience that left us a bit shook. A partner went out to the car, and when he was returning, he thought he heard my voice calling out to him from the creek. We started to go to it because the voice was so familiar, but I saw, opened the door, and asked where he was going. For those who follow, he said it smelled like low tide and rust. At this point, I really freaked out because I was trying to justify my experience. Somebody else had a similar experience too. What do you think it was?" I heard my front door open. So I'm with my brother, staying over at my new apartment. It's in the house from the 50s or 60s. We're making a song for her dad. After we're going to bed, I was on the bed. I was chilling on social media and then I hear my front door open. I felt a chill go to my stomach, my cat looking in the hall as well. I slowly got up, making my way down the stairs to the front door. There's nothing there. Nobody there. Just a random sound of my front door opening. Without even opening. And at 2 a.m. too. So now me and my brother are going to sleep together this night. I don't know what it could have been. I live in a neighborhood away from the stores. A little bit away, but still relatively close to the rest. I live on the second floor. The landlord renovated this to be an apartment that he rents out. I have a walk-in way to set off, take my shoes off at the first floor and then go up the stairs to the second, then a hallway and you see my bedroom to the first floor, or rather the first room on that floor, then the kitchen, bathroom, and so on. So I don't know. Strange encounter. On New Year's about 11 or 12 years ago, when I was around 5 or 6 years old, my parents drove me to a mountain to watch the fireworks exploding in the sky above the city. It was very dark, but the fireworks were beautiful. Everything seemed to be going to plan. My parents and I were staring out in the distance, countless colors filling the air. Out of nowhere, I felt a cold breeze. Started to become nervous. When I turned around, something was staring at me from the bushes. I knew this because the eyes of it would light up every time a firework exploded. I remember this part vaguely, mostly because I was very young, but I did know to tell my father. He didn't seem to be bothered telling me it's most likely a boar or a small animal. I reluctantly agreed. So we continued to watch the scene. On the way back to the car, I saw something big and white move away from that bush. It was like a big cow with no black spots. Kind of hard to describe. I was in shock, but decided to keep my mouth shut for the rest of the ride. Figured I would ruin the moment with my imagination, quote-unquote. I confessed to having a big imagination when I was small, but I knew this time it wasn't my imagination. The next morning I told the story to my grandmother. She said it was probably my imagination, because I was tired and it was well beyond my bedtime. With me not wanting to be bothered by thinking about it, I agreed. This was my first encounter with that thing. 2 years later, I already forgot about it and moved on. But on one evening, my dad drove me to my grandparents, on his side of the family. He drove me to their house. They live about an hour and a half away from our house, and it's way more inland. And by the way, this happened in Croatia. Our house was on the shore and around the city of Trogir. My grandparents living in a more mountainous and inland region of Promena. So we were driving about halfway to my grand's house, and I decided I was bored playing with my toys. So I figured I'd pass the time by looking outside the window, observing the nice nature. At this point, we passed through a village which hasn't been at its best in a long time, due to the Yugoslav War. It was always kind of uncanny to me, staring at the road ahead but peeked to the side window. There was more trees and skinny dirt paths leading to the locals' farms on the way. Then it happened again. Nothing was out of the ordinary. That's from one of the dirt paths, something big, white, and wide. It just stood there. The exact second I saw it, realization hit me. I remembered my first encounter, closed my eyes, and all this happening in the span of a few seconds. This time I saw it clearly, with enough daylight available to me to make out its appearance. As I said before, it was white and smoky clear. It wasn't ghost-like clear, but seemed to not really be in a solid form either. Its body was also very strange. It's pretty tall, around maybe 11.5 feet in height, having a pretty unproportional body to its height. The body shape was almost cartoon-like, sideways, oval, and round, kind of like a snowman whose body is the only one like a big snowball with the smaller one as the head. That's the best way I can describe it. This time, though, I couldn't make out any facial features or eyes. After I closed my eyes, my dad asked me what was going on. I told him the truth. I saw something strange. I described it quickly with my voice trembling a bit. He said that it sounded like a cow to him. Now, that's very plausible because there's lots of cows in that area, but it was way too big. I tried not to think about it after we arrived, but it stuck with me for at least a week. Eventually, my parents and I moved away to Germany. I completely forgot about it. My latest and last sighting of it was about 5 years ago. That's when I was 12 or 13. It was the end of summer vacation. Time to drive to the airport and fly back to Germany. That summer was strange already. My dad's car was broken, so we flew to Croatia and rented a car, which was pretty new to me. It was a Corolla or a Clio or something with no real power in its motor because I remember the car audibly struggling to drive up a steep road. Anyways, we got up at around 2 in the morning. Our flight was scheduled for 6 a.m. We got ready and my grandpa drove us there. That way he can turn the rented car back in when they open again. Well, we drove for about 45 minutes. It was approaching 3 a.m. And I know this is very cliche, but I'm not kidding about this. I was looking out the window like last time. I saw it again. Honestly, I don't remember this very well, but perhaps I truly was very tired and saw things, or was in a half-asleep state. But it looked real, and again I kept silent about it, until recently. I only remembered my encounters with it when we drove on that countryside. Recently, some friends of mine and I were telling strange experiences that we had in our lives. That's when I remembered about it again, decided to write this post. Every time I tell this story, I get tears in my eyes. It's honestly pretty strange. Like, I don't know what that is. Now I want to reassure the authenticity of my words and that this is not a hoax. I don't want to start a debate or something, just want to tell somebody about some strange things I saw. Did somebody else see something similar to this? Or has a possible explanation to this? Let me know. If I see it again or realize I forgot something, I'll make sure to update the post, respond to anybody who's interested. Something was watching my horse and me. Around 2014, in the summer in a small provincial town in Ecuador, I was working in my father's farm. He was dedicated to livestock, so every weekend after school, he helped with daily tasks such as feeding to the cows and going over to make sure that they're not missing or having any problems. Well, one Saturday she did a routine afternoon batch check. That's around 3 p.m. For some reason, I couldn't do it early, so I rode my horse called Loco and went to see them in the afternoon. It was a trip, from 50 minutes to an hour because there was a shortage of pasture on the farm. We had to rent a virgin piece of land nearby. The outward journey and the batch check passed without incident. It was around 5:30 in the afternoon, so I started the return journey and 30 minutes back home, and I felt strange wind on my body. I was skeptical until that moment, but for some strange reason that feeling made me think something bad's gonna happen. Almost instantly, I noticed that Loco began to struggle with the reins, something strange since he was a noble and calm horse. However, he began to move his ears abruptly. His hair curled and his body struggled against the side of the road, as if it wanted to dodge something and run. With all my strength, I tried to control it with the reins. While that was happening, my head involuntarily turned to the right, and out of the corner of my eye saw like a black silhouette of maybe 1.5 meters. It disappeared from the fence that surrounded us, made the undergrowth tremble, breaking everything when it disappeared. It didn't run, it didn't fly, it simply vanished. Could not have been an animal, since it didn't emit any screech or typical sound when an animal or person flees. Just vanished without, really saying anything. It made a huge rumble of dry undergrowth, though. And while that happened in the 1,000th of a second, my hands went numb from the force I applied on the wheel, and Loco simply started running in wheels. Still confused, held on with the little strength I had left, so as not to fall and injure myself. After minutes of intense running, Loco finally stopped his gallop. I went down to drink some water in the stream. I noticed that my eyes burned like hell. They were burning like they were bathed in pepper spray, without ever taking any herbs or stung my eyes or my sweat or anything. When I got home and unsaddled my horse, my mom asked me what had happened to my eyes. I simply replied that it was my sweat. It wasn't necessary for her to be alarmed that way. But when I saw myself in the mirror, I noticed that my eyes were crying blood. There's not a single white space in my eyes. There's nothing more than 2 meatballs filled with red as vivid as the blood of a slaughtered bull. That alarmed me too much, instantly related it back to the black thing that I saw. It should be noted that my doctor couldn't find a medical or logical explanation about what happened to my eyes, and no medication helped. My eyes remained that way for 2 months. Telling this to my mom and brother just froze. My brother went the next day to check the area where I had that sighting. He told me that there were no trails, roads, or at least one broken branch. Everything was clean. It's just weird. It's been 8 years and I remember it vividly. I haven't been back to that place since. Loco died a year ago. Sad to know that he was my partner and the only one who experienced that with me. I miss you, Loco. A selection of ghostly paranormal experiences. I'll preface this by saying that I grew up in a very spiritual family. My mom especially had tons of stories about ghosts and spirits that she'd encountered in her life. When I was around 7 years old, my family moved into a new house. From the get-go, my mom said there was a spirit in the house, but apparently she was friendly. It was a little old lady called Elsie. If you look up our address online, it said the previous tenant was named Elsie. Mom was never afraid, but was adamant that Elsie was looking out for her as my mom was diagnosed with cancer a few months after the move. On nights where my stepdad had gone out for drinks with his friend and all of us children were asleep, Mom would see a shadow pause by her doorframe before disappearing, almost as if Elsie was looking in to check on her. I remember a specific time where my family went on holiday. My uncle was house-sitting as he had 2 dogs. He called my mom in obvious panic, claiming that there was a little old woman at the top of the stairs calling his name. My mom, very calmly, told him that it was just Elsie and she was harmless. But if he was really worried, to carry one of my mom's crystals in his pocket, politely asked Elsie to leave him alone. As far as I'm aware, he wasn't bothered by her again. My mom had a photo of her grandfather displayed on our landing. Told us that if we ever lost anything, we just needed to go to the photograph and ask great-granddad for help finding the missing item. It didn't matter if you'd been, searching for lost items for days without fail. Asking great-granddad would always result in you finding the thing the next half hour, even if you'd already looked everywhere. My mom died of cancer in 2011. That was when I was 13. Since then, I've felt her presence around me in many different situations. I never see her, but I've felt her sitting on the end of my bed to watch over me when I'm ill, or just like she would be alive and I was unwell. I don't think this counts as a ghost story, but she leaves me feathers and other signs and I need a little bit of encouragement. On the day of my graduation from university, I was upset. She was missing a day that she'd say that she was massively looking forward to. As I walked out of the ceremony, a feather landed on the top of my graduation cap. If I'm just upset or something, just talking about her, lights will flicker and sometimes even blow entirely. As far as actual ghost sightings goes, my current house is haunted by a ghost that we've called Clive. I've read somewhere that you shouldn't name ghosts as you can give them more power, but Clive was a joke name that kinda stuck. Since moving in, myself and my sisters have all heard footsteps from empty rooms. My youngest sister's had more than one friend stay over who's woken up in the middle of the night and been adamant that a tall man has been standing in a corner staring at them. Whenever this has happened, I should explain that we haven't mentioned anything about Clive to these people. I'm the only person who lives here that has seen Clive with my own eyes. On 2 occasions I've woken up to somebody calling my name and saw a tall man walking from one end of the bedroom to the other before disappearing. On another occasion, I was sitting in my back garden having a cigarette. Our back door is glass. You can see through the living room down the hallway. The door to the kitchen is in the hallway. And that's all the way to the front door. I was looking into the house and saw a tall man walk from the bottom of the stairs, went through the hallway and into the kitchen. I assumed it was my then boyfriend, so when I'd finished my cigarette, I went to the kitchen expecting to see him there, but it was empty. My boyfriend was in my bedroom upstairs and was adamant that he'd been there the whole time, hadn't been downstairs. Luckily, I've never felt afraid or uncomfortable when it comes to Clive, but I have had to ask spirits to leave a couple of times as they can scare my cat. So that's just a few of my, me and my mom's experiences. Sorry if this isn't the place to talk about the signs that my mom leaves me or the spiritual element of this, but thank you if you've taken the time to read this so far. Stay safe, everybody. Good vibes to you all. Unexplained event in bakery. Just a little backstory. I work in the bakery department for a well-known company. And in my store, there's 3 people involved. My supervisor, we'll name her Lindsay. My coworker, we'll name her Megan. And me. I'd just clocked into work, about 1:30 p.m. I walked into the break room, got a drink, and saw Lindsay sitting down on her lunch break. I said hi and then walked back to the bakery department. Fast forward to about 2:03 p.m. Lindsay was still up front, maybe finishing her break or taking care of some business, and Megan and I were still making our way back from the bakery, on the other end of the building. I was walking around after just finishing some tasks. That's when I quickly glanced back at Megan. She was wearing her red shirt and her white hat, kneeling down over by two fans that sit next to her three big ovens. She seems to be wiping the fans down or something when I noticed Lindsay, right next to her with her white hat on and black shirt on. I noticed that she had it on earlier when I first came to work when I saw her on her lunch break. I thought to myself, oh, okay. Lindsay must have finished with whatever she was doing up front and came back to the bakery. Not really thinking too much of it, I turned back and went back with my next task. Just then, Megan comes up to me and asks, "Have you seen Lindsay?" I heard her voice calling her name just a moment ago. She wasn't there when I looked. I said, "Thought she was with you by the fans. I just saw her next to you." She said, "No, I was alone." Feeling spooked, I messaged Lindsay. I asked where she was. "Up front, why? Everything all right?" I have no clue what that was. We were both shook in the moment and we were left wondering what just happened. If you guys reading this have any ideas, please let me know. I asked around the store with people who worked in the bakery. They have some stories too, such as shadow figures and things moving and falling and opening and closing, lights turning on and off on their own. And it's true, I've seen lights flicker in shadows as I worked alone. An unsettling and unexplained experience. When I was around 16 years old, my auntie was heavily pregnant with my youngest cousin. She had 2 kids and the third was on the way this night. It was the night that she had been placed into the hospital for birth. I had to babysit the 2 eldest cousins while she was in. They were asleep upstairs in their bedroom. I decided to place myself in the living room downstairs to watch telly and be with the dogs. It was getting late. I decided I'll get a few more hours of sleep in. As I got comfortable with both dogs with me on the sofa, I started to drift to sleep. As I was almost about to fall asleep, the border collie shot upright, tail stiff and straight, staring at the door of the stairs. I took no notice of this and told him to get sleep, as I may have been a car on the street late at night. But as soon as I said this, I heard the most petrifying, loudest banging I've ever heard. It was as if somebody with boots was slamming their feet running up the stairs. When I say running, I mean literally sprinting up. Shot up mid-panic attack, opened the door to allow both dogs to run up in case somebody had broke in. Followed quickly behind to run into the kids' room where they were both fast asleep, dogs staring into the corner of the room. All of the rooms were empty. No one was inside apart from us. I woke both the kids up and brought them downstairs to sleep on the sofa with me. I also got both dogs in the living room too. I didn't sleep after this, and I waited till my aunt and uncle both got home. I mentioned this only briefly to them, and my uncle says it's a common occurrence. What could this be? Could this be malicious? Paid visit on Xmas Eve. My family and I were visiting relatives in New Jersey. That was for Christmas in 2018. We stayed at a hotel in the suburbs. We just finished cooking and baking for a Christmas feast at a relative's place, and we got dropped off at a hotel. We were staying there to freshen up before attending Christmas Eve Mass and eating dinner. When we got to the hotel, my mom and I were making our way towards the elevator from the lobby. Saw what looked to be an elderly Caucasian man, not very tall in stature, maybe 5'2", wearing a coat and a gray tweed golf cap. He walked past us, entered one of the elevators. I didn't really get a good glimpse of what his face looked like, but once I set foot into the elevator, I was shocked to see that he wasn't inside. I instantly got goosebumps. I asked my mom to confirm if she had seen the man as well. What she did. My brother and dad followed us into the elevator but claimed they didn't notice the man. Once the elevator got to her floor, I bolted to her room as fast as I could. There was a large portrait on the wall not too far from where the elevators were of an elderly man, presumably the owner of the hotel. My mother suggested that it could have been his spirit visiting the hotel on Christmas Eve. I could have sworn he saw a physical person walk into the elevator that night. I didn't feel like the spirit had an evil aura or anything like that. Some type of spirit in our house. We don't know what to do. I live in a student house in Lincolnshire with 4 others. We all range from 20 to 22. So it all started around September 23rd. Started with knocking, walking, and just generalized noises. We initially didn't think anything of it. Put it down to having thin walls to our neighbors. It then all started to ramp up a little bit. One of the girls started to have dreams about the spirit that had chains around her hands, start to approach her more and more every night. One night she had this dream. The spirit was right in front of her. When she looked down, she also had chains around her wrists. She remembers her nan who had passed appearing in her dream and telling her to get out. Started screaming it, and she woke up in cold sweats, scratches all down her legs and back. From here on is when things started to get worse. Lights started to flicker, doors opening and closing on their own. Felt it was getting worse. Things happen all over the house, such as the living room, which is directly underneath my bedroom. It's always very cold. It has a weird feeling. Feels like you're being watched in there. One of the girls, when we first moved in, went in there and had a panic attack. That was because she felt like somebody else was in there with her, but she couldn't see them. She also mentioned that there was a very heavy, unsettling atmosphere in there. My bedroom seems to be the hot spot. That's directly above the living room. But noises, moving objects, things going missing. When people also come in and out of my room, they're hit with an overwhelming sense of unease and fatigue. It's like all the energy's been sucked out of them. They start to feel ill, like headaches and severe abdominal pain. There's also been times where I've been in bed in the early morning, like 1 or 2 a.m., and I've heard noises in from my bedroom, like objects moving like footsteps and whatnot right behind me while I'm trying to sleep. One particular time was when I could hear kids running around and laughing in my bedroom. Couldn't have been the neighbors because of how early it was in the morning. I've also had nightmares and dreams about these spirits, and so has one of the other girls. One dream and nightmare particularly scared me. Dreamt that I got raped by 2 men, and less than 3 days later I did. Another time, I vividly remember one night I was in bed rolled over and there was a huge black mass in the corner of my room. Near it, sitting on my chair, a white glow appeared. I remembered hearing like a faint whisper, "Don't be scared, I'm here to protect you." For some reason, I remember his name being Michael, but I don't know how I got that name. Just as they appeared, both went, and then an unsettling, nervy feeling. I'm not the only one who've seen apparitions in the house. One of the other girls saw what appeared to be a girl's dress and feet in her doorway, but when she looked up, nothing was there. Also been smells of rotting eggs in only one part of my room, as well as other strange occurrences, like feeling watched all the time. There was another time where we're all sitting in the room together just chatting, and all of a sudden we felt like we were being watched. Somebody made a comment saying this, and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being choked, but nothing was there. There was a strange pressure on my chest, and I just felt I couldn't breathe. All of us in the house have had an influx of panic attacks and just a lot of bad luck shared between us. We've also had a common share of electronics playing up, doors opening and closing on their own, the TV turning itself on in the middle of the night, our Alexas randomly starting to play, and coincidentally, it's always been the same, or rather, been the Sam Fender song Getting Started, which freaks us all out even more. One of the lads that lives with us also felt and experienced some of these things, decided to get his nan involved to help. When she first walked into her house, bleach was thrown at her. It was clear to see that she was wearing all black. She's very in touch with that side of things. Cleansed the house and blessed it. Seemed like it had initially worked too. And this was in October. About 2 days after things started up again. It's just been getting worse ever since. Noises and scratching, objects being moved again, and so forth. Seems like the center of activity is my bedroom. Always cold and has always had this eerie feeling. And I'm a student. I go home for the holidays. In the summer, and this summer, whilst I've been away, I've allowed one of my friends to stay in my room. As soon as she moved in there, she was struck with severe allergies, which I also experienced at the beginning of the term when I was first moving in. The others in the house have noticed behavioral changes with her since being in my bedroom. She was living with us previously. They've also mentioned this when I'm there. I'm also subject to these changes myself, becoming more irritable, quick mood swings, panic attacks, and anxiety. I have a rosary up in my bedroom to try to prevent anything, and every time I go to touch it, it's boiling hot, almost burning hot. We're just curious as to what our next steps are. We've been thinking about getting a priest in, but our only concern is that some of us in the house haven't been baptized or christened. Plus, we don't even know what type of spirit this is. It's really starting to scare us. Since being in the house is a lot of trauma, things have happened to us. Which may be a coincidence, but everything's making us think otherwise. Any help or insights would be greatly appreciated. Welcome to Paranormal M, the channel dedicated to the supernatural and the mysterious. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest ghostly stories. Enjoy the thrill of the unknown. The Anniversary Clock. I was 10 years old watching TV with my older sister. They were in their early 20s. They would often babysit me while our mom was out of the house. It was just another benign evening with a small anniversary clock. Clock about 12 inches tall, all encased in glass with a small brass fixture at the bottom. Caught our attention. The clock had been in our family for years, and as long as I could remember, it never worked. The clock stayed on top of the TV as more of a decorative piece than anything, as were a number of other things, as this was in the 80s where big boxy TVs took up large spaces in living rooms. Anyway, my sister and I were watching TV. That's when suddenly we both noticed simultaneously that the hands on the clock started moving. Slowly at first, but accelerating quickly until it was too hard to make out which hand was which. After about a minute watching the hands spin, bringing the clock back to life for the first time in decades, the hands came to a jolting stop. My sister, being the brave adult she was, examined the clock and found no batteries inside. Wasn't plugged in or anything, and both of us were totally mystified at what we both experienced. When our mom returned later that evening, we told her everything. We were met with some skepticism, as one might expect, not to see it themselves. The next day, my mother received a phone call from a distant relative. The call was to inform us that our great-grand-aunt, one that had been really close with my sister early in her childhood, had passed away the day before after a short illness. Saddened by the news, we couldn't help but link the passing to the abnormal experience the night before. We asked her mother what time our aunt had passed the day before, and she said 5:30 a.m. We raced over to the clock where there, clear as day, the hand stopped at exactly 5:30. In another circumstantial twist of fate, 15 years later I'd end up meeting my future wife on May 30th, 2005. Or 5:30. Ended up getting married on May 30th, 2009, or 5:30. Familial haunting in the Deep South. To preface, I'm an incredibly skeptical person. I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. But there is one event in my life that presents a genuine conflict to me of what's real and what's not. I grew up in our generational home. My grandparents built it, raised my father there and his siblings, and eventually my parents ended up owning the house. We moved there when I was about 6. It's a very calm and beautiful area, but steeped in a lot of dark history. The house is a short walk from an island that was a fortification for a militia that fought in the siege of Savannah. You can walk there and see the bunkers, find cannonballs, and plenty of Indian pottery. Most of the area was used for training, also had plenty of plantations. You can dig around in the backyard and find bullets and other relics. Because so much happened there, you can feel a palpable weight in the air. It's a unique energy, you could say. It's like feeling like you're somewhere sacred. I don't know how to explain it correctly. However, I adored growing up here. I always felt comfortable. It's the one place I can go to relax and feel at home. The house itself is a 2-story ranch-style building. My bedroom was upstairs along with my sister's. My entire childhood I was obsessed with technology and video games. On my 10th birthday I was gifted a PS2 from my uncle. I was overjoyed and we set it up a room across my bedroom, the exercise room. That's because my dad had set up a home gym in there. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in there playing video games doing what I love. Now here's the thing. In the back of the room there's a large closet with heavy wooden doors. They slide open from the middle. I never really considered myself to be a sensitive or anything of that nature, but the closet gave me the absolute creeps. I always felt like something was watching me from that closet. I had nightmares about the closet opening. I would close the room when I went to bed because I hated looking into its darkness at night. I kept all this to myself, never expressed my discomfort. But it all came to a head during a sleepover with my cousins. We decided to bunk on a mattress in the exercise room and all sleep together. I ended up on the side of the bed directly next to the closet. I was likely 11 or 12 at the time. As I tried to sleep, I experienced actual terror. A true fight-or-flight response just by being next to the closet. To this day, I've never felt so terrified. It was like pure energy and feeling like this thing was coming from the closet. It was overwhelming me. I started crying. I explained what I was feeling. They sympathized with me and let me sleep away from that closet. I eventually got to sleep, but that feeling has stuck with me for more than a decade. Well, that's cool and all, but being a child is an incredibly trippy experience. I wrote it off as me letting my fear take over. Never forgot about it, but I never brought it up again. Most importantly to the story, I never told my dad. He's always been a no-bullshit kind of guy when it comes to the paranormal. He had never in my life talked to me about any experiences that he's had, until I was much older. And when I moved out and when I was married in my 20s. But one night at dinner, he opened up about his own unexplainable experience. Come to find out, the exercise room was his bedroom when he was growing up there. He hated it as well. The same feeling of being watched, pure dread, of overwhelming uncomfortability just being in its presence. Remember, I never told him of my experience, so I was amazed he was corroborating my own feelings. Then he explained something that I never thought would ever come out of his mouth, considering how much he is a skeptic himself. One night he was attempting to sleep, felt that familiar feeling, grew stronger and stronger. It was until the closet forcefully threw itself open in front of him, ran out of the room in absolute terror. The fact that we both had a similar experience with something of this nature without ever directly communicating about it, having corroborating stories, is to this day the one thing I'll never be able to explain. I genuinely cannot come up with any theory other than it's something we simply do not understand. No, it's not a scary story, but it's one that'll stick in my mind forever. I remain a skeptic, but there's nothing I can do to refute what happened to us. The Witch of Fort Benning Land Nav. So I went through the 22 weeks infantry OSUT, and the worst experience I had was the individual night land nav. I was in the middle of the swamp around 2 a.m. looking at my map. Suddenly, every hair in my body stood on end. My red light flickers. I turn it off and start looking around when I spot the silhouette of a woman in what I can only describe as a pioneer's outfit. Looked away for a second, looked back. Nothing. Told myself that I was seeing shit. Picked a direction I thought was good and started walking. I start hearing the crunching and breaking of leaves. They're in rhythm with the steps behind me, as if somebody was matching my pace. My hair stood up again. I stopped and looked behind me. Nothing. I continued walking. Same thing happened. Looked again, nothing. I decided that 3 points was plenty for tonight and started booking it. As I'm running, I clearly hear and I see something jumping from tree to tree. It's keeping pace as I cut through the woods, sprinting full speed. I'm not the fastest, but at the time I had a 13:45 and I have a 5-second at 40 yards. Nothing could have moved that quickly through those trees. I make it to the starting point, turn in my shit, sit on my gear. Another guy comes running in about 15 minutes later. We still have 2 hours left at this point, so it makes no sense why he would be in a hurry. He does his shit, sit next to me. He turns to me. "Dude, did you have a point in the swamp?" I gestured my boots and pants. "Yeah, can't you tell?" "Yes, sorry, but anyway, did you see a woman in a pioneer outfit?" "Yeah." I was writing down my points info and my lights started flickering and I heard something in the tree above me. I looked up and saw her sitting up in a tree above the point, just staring down at me with lifeless eyes and an empty face. I ran faster than I ever have. Didn't stop till I got here. It's at this point where the guy sitting behind us leans forward. "You all saw her too?" We nod. Started walking into the swamp when I saw her sit up out of the water, slowly turned to look at me. I froze and I only broke out of it when the lieutenant walked up behind me and asked what I was looking at. I looked at him and pointed, but when I did, she was gone. No noise, nothing. This kid was an honest dude, and I could tell by the look in his eyes that he wasn't fucking with us. I want to know if anybody else has had an experience with the same entity. Wife and I saw our friend's mother's creepy doppelganger. Just about 15 or 20 minutes ago, at the time of typing this, my wife and I are leaving our friend's house. That's when we saw what we thought was our friend's mother twisting and making unnatural body movements. She was wearing the same clothes we saw her wearing less than an hour before, had the same hair dye, and looked almost exactly the same in the face, but something was uncanny. As we approached the awkward inhuman movements, they stopped. They took a fight stance and froze still with a look on their face both filled with hate and completely emotionless at the same time. I almost rolled my window down and said something to them thinking that it was her. That was right before I realized something was off. They stared at us. I said hesitantly to my wife, "That's Wendy, our friend's mom." My wife replied with, "No, that's not Wendy." We were both unsure and couldn't decide if it was her or not. Looked exactly like her, but something was off. We couldn't put our finger on it. For about 10 or so seconds, we all sat frozen. Felt as if, they were in the car with us. We've tinted windows, but they were looking right at us. Didn't even break eye contact. It was very intense, very uneasy. My wife and I both experienced it. I realize I can drive away, and I do so. By the time I get to the next stop sign, half a block down the road, I look in the rearview mirror. I see that they're now walking toward our car due south where we first encountered them. They were heading due north. Seeing them in my rearview mirror heading toward the car, I quickly turned the corner and took off. Called a friend and asked him if he would check on his mother. He misunderstood his mother, and he just went and checked to make sure that none of the cars of the house had been broken into. So you know that it wasn't her out there. This all takes place about 4 blocks from my friend's house, about 12:30 a.m. Ask Reddit. Many years ago, I had a Ford Escort. I really loved it. One day I noticed the back right wheel was missing a single lug nut. No biggie. Replaced. Soon, though, one is missing on the same wheel. I assume the thread is stripped, but the shiny new lug nut is still there. Different one is missing. This keeps happening, and I assume all the threads are stripped at least a little bit. I don't want to lose a wheel, though, so I got all the new studs and go through the pain of driving the old ones out. Way harder than I thought it would be. Get all the new lug nuts to go with it, and before the week's out, I'm down 1 lug nut. I start checking my car every night and then again in the morning. Yep, disappearing overnight. Not on the ground either. Aha, I've got a prankster. Feeling this is annoying, but no big deal. It's a very small town. I go sell some blood plasma a few times and then buy a big old bag of lug nuts. They keep vanishing. I keep replacing them. That's an interesting way to buy tools. But then I notice one vanishes sometime after leaving for work. Before I got home. Falling off while I'm driving, I guess. Weird. Coincidence? Well, they're still occasionally vanishing overnight about once a week randomly. I start making marks in my own owner's manual. The morning before I leave and I arrive at work, when I leave for work, when I get home. I check their tension frequently. Occasionally one is loose, and this fits the random falling off but doesn't explain overnight disappearance. Sometimes it vanishes while I'm driving, sometimes overnight. At least twice while in the parking lot at work. I'm beginning to feel very weird about it. Just doesn't add up. I keep writing stuff down as if that'll make it make sense. Carve symbols into the lug nut tops with a screwdriver to tell them apart, like a hard spade diamond in the club. It's definitely different ones vanishing. Not always the same location. Can't explain it. Finally, I try a dangerous experiment. Simply let it run down with 3/4 lug nuts. Cautiously at first, checking tension on the 3 remaining ones because I imagine the wheel falling off at highway speeds, but over time, nothing happens. Kept the car almost 2 full years after that. My back right wheel always just ran with 3 lug nuts. The only time I had one disappear was when I got new tires and the shop put a new one on. Once it vanished, though, I let things be and it was always fine. Still no idea what the fuck that was. I don't know how disturbing it was, really. But definitely so odd. I'm now curious what should have happened if I had the same kind of surveillance footage of the car at night. The house I grew up in is haunting me still. When I was a little girl, my parents bought the house that belonged to my dad's grandparents. Not sure how long the home was in my family. I do know my grandma lived there as a little girl. I'm going to write some of my experiences in this house at different times, years, and so on. As a note, we do not own this house anymore. My parents lost it when I was entering middle school, a long time ago. When I was a tiny little girl, I slept over my aunt's house for the night, and my brother went to his uncle's house. The only people in the house were my mom and dad. My mom tells me that they were in their room at night next to a door that had a staircase that went to a bedroom upstairs. They said that they had heard my voice calling, "Mom, Mom, Mom," upstairs. And then on the staircase, they both recalled the same thing, hearing my voice. I wasn't at home. So I went outside the house, looked for the neighbors' kids, but it was night, so no one was outside. The family next to us was a different country, or rather from one. Didn't call their mother's traditional mom as well, and they knew that. I was going through puberty in this house, so I was already losing my mind as a kid, but I recall some very concerning moments in my young life there. I lived upstairs in that room, and I was going through it as one does, but I was only 9 and thought about putting something on my neck and floating, if you catch what I mean. I tried, but luckily I was immature. The upstairs had a staircase and it was open with a white wooden balcony around it, so you could look down. That room still gives me the creeps. When I was younger, my aunt's boyfriend's brother died on train tracks a couple of miles from the house. You could hear that train come through at night. The night I slept in the living room and woke up at dawn standing on my tiptoes looking out a window that was next to the fireplace at the sky. At this time of morning, the sun was coming up. There were still stars out. I could hear a train. When I woke up later, my mom had to tell us he died. Think about it a lot. I was just in my upstairs room and we had it split down the middle. My sister's crib was by the stairs and I was by the other side of the room. We split it off by our closet, my little couch I got from the garage sale. You couldn't see the closet doors from my bed and the back of it. I was texting on my little flip phone and the towel flew and hit the wall. I was so scared I couldn't move. I refused to be in that room anymore. I decided to move into the basement of the house when I was in 6th grade. I had a folding cot and old TV and used to be like in my own space. I suffered from sleep paralysis every night, and I felt watched, uneasy, and sick. My mom told me my grandpa built the basement out. Not sure about the basement, it wasn't a good place to be. We all heard footsteps down there multiple times, shutting doors, running in the basement, and unfortunately was the most scary. Before we moved out, I took a school photo of myself, hid it in the baseboards of the stairs of the scary upstairs room. Doubt it's still there. I heard the new owners gutted it years ago. Apparently they flipped it. So here's my dilemma. I've been having nightmares about this house since we moved out years and years ago. We moved out before I went to middle school and I'm in my 30s now. It's been a hot minute that I've been in that house. My dreams are always supernatural. They're always about me in the house as an adult. The most recent dream was about a demonic spirit, telling me I needed to paint a picture of the window with green ivy around it. The upstairs room's window next to my bed. The wall outside was covered in ivy. Completely took the house on that side. Told me I needed to paint myself at the window. Told my husband this, and he said absolutely not. Sounds like a trap and some conjuring shit. I agree, but I really feel like I should paint it. I'm not sure why I feel so inclined to do it. The house has been haunting me since ever. We all had supernatural experiences there. Even my grandma as a little girl. Something in the woods. This happened around March of 2020 or 21. I believe I was 17 at the time. It's not that long ago. One of my friends was visiting from out of town. We had gotten really into airsoft. Anyway, the neighborhood I lived in at the time had a large area of underdeveloped land. It was just up the street. It was full of pine trees and whatever, and it was a few miles long and wide. We used to play airsoft up there all the time. We just called it the woods, in quotes. So me and my friend, we'll call him Christian, we devised a plan to invite a large group of my high school friends to the woods and play hide and seek. The only catch was me and Christian were going to dress up in camo and ghillie suits and shoot our friends with airsoft guns just to screw around with them. So me and Christian got dressed up. He was wearing a tan ghillie suit, mask and all. I was wearing camo and black mask and a weird mesh tan camo sheet tied around me like a poncho. We ended up finding a ditch in the woods close to the edge of the neighborhood. Set up our first spot. Our plan was to move from spot to spot throughout the night. That was while avoiding my group of friends. By the time we were prepared, it was around 6 p.m. The sun was beginning to set. We waited about 30 minutes and kept hearing branches snapping and pine cones falling and footsteps. We chalked it up to wood noises at that time, but we waited until maybe 7. Then we got the text that the group of guys had arrived and were ready to look for us. For instance, they had no idea we were wearing camo at all. So we sent some stupid cryptic text back like, "Come and find us, we can see you," among other things like that. We began hearing the guys running around and hitting our first spot. This continued for a while, but as time progressed, my friends were starting to get really close to us while we were looking. So we decided to move to our second spot. Got up and moved spots. The way the woods were set up was north and south of the woods was about 5 miles of just trees, where east was about 4 miles, west was only about a couple hundred yards. The west side also faced a main highway next to my neighborhood, so me and Christian walked to the west side and then the south into the woods. We were hugging the perimeter of the trees. We walked for some time, keeping an eye on my friends, who had no idea where we were. We ended up coming up in this super deep trench in the back of the woods. We peered in and saw it was about 15 feet down and pretty steep. So we slid into the trench and waited at the bottom. After a few minutes, it was pitch black. Christian ended up realizing he left his glasses at our first spot. We'd taken them off to wear his ghillie suit mask, and well, he said he was quickly running back and grabbing them. Then immediately he would come back. I was obviously kind of hesitant, but I agreed and he took off. I waited probably 15 minutes. Started hearing some commotion. Could hear my friend saying something along the lines of, "I saw someone, they're running. How are they so fast?" I figured Christian had promptly gotten caught, so I was getting ready to give up. That was until I suddenly heard someone baseball slide into the trench on the opposite side of me. Keep in mind, this trench was about 15 feet deep and 45 feet long, so I couldn't see the other side without walking over. I assumed Christian had slid in and escaped my friends because I heard them running somewhere else. Started calling out to Christian. I didn't get a response, and I'm getting a little bit annoyed and said something like, "What the fuck are you doing?" As soon as I said that, a stick flew out of the darkness, landed right in front of me. I was pretty confused. I kept calling out for Christian. That was until I heard whatever was on the other side of the trench started moving. I heard leaves rustling and what sounded like someone's knee pop or something. Paused and stopped talking. Waited a few more seconds, and whatever was on the other side started taking very deliberate and very heavy steps. Slow and heavy. Figured it was one of my friends trying to freak me out, so I took one of the airsoft guns we brought and switched it to full auto. Fired a few bursts into the darkness, figuring whoever or whatever it was would yell or something. But the steps just kept coming. At this point, I was more confused than afraid, so I grabbed my stuff, climbed out of the trench. I once again ran to the western perimeter of the first and eventually got caught by all the guys. Laughed about it for a while, but one of my friends ended up asking me, "How did you change so fast?" I was obviously confused, and I asked him what he meant. He explained that him and the group saw somebody who was really skinny and tall running around the woods. I'm 6'1", and was probably 175 at the time. They all kind of gave me a weird look when I told them I had been wearing the camo and poncho all night. I ignored it and went to find Christian. I walked a ways and found him shining a small flashlight in the direction of the trench I was in prior. He jumped when I walked up to him and said, "What the fuck?" Apologized for scaring him, but he stopped me. "How did you get over here so quickly?" Once again asked what he meant. He said that he saw someone peering from behind a tree just behind the trench, literally while I was in the process of getting caught. My heart sank a little bit, but we assumed somebody from the group was messing with us. We ended up meeting the group and did a roll call, but everybody that was invited was there. Christian and I started explaining what we had seen. The entire group explained that they saw a really tall and skinny silhouette sprinting around the woods. They assumed it was me due to the build. We ended up walking to the tree where Christian and the silhouette, and he pointed to where the head and shoulders of the silhouette were behind the tree. But the spot where the head was probably 8 feet off the ground. Everybody got real quiet, decided to quickly leave the woods. It wasn't until we exited the woods and got onto the street that led to my house that Christian and I paused and looked into the woods. Waited a few seconds. Heard what sounded like the prop hunt whistle from somewhere deep in the woods. Obviously freaked out, quickly got back to my house. That's where I told my parents. It's been years since then, but I still get freaked wondering what the fuck happened. And what would have happened if I stayed in that trench longer? I've told a bunch of people this story. Everybody thinks I'm bullshitting. You guys are just gonna have to take my word for it. I kinda do. Kinda do. Story. I started when I was 14 years old. I'm now 38. There was always weird stuff happening around me, like keys gone and misplaced, heater turned on from, while I'm alone, and open cupboards and wardrobes. Kept going on like that for years. When I was 26 years old, I moved to Canada, bought my first house, and I was 29. Then it started to get more and more. Again, keys, wallet, heater, on, off, etc. On top of that, I heard footsteps sporadically. Like, at 36, I got married. And now it gets interesting. The footsteps almost every day. At night as much as during the day. We have two, and they always looked from where the noise is and lay down belly up to get cuddles. They were enjoying themselves. One day we saw it for the first time. It was a little girl. Contacted a medium and we started investigating. We went through all kinds of methods. No success. December 2023, moved together back to Germany, and again, footsteps, keys, and other stuff gone and misplaced. Called my mom, and she came with a medium as well. Success. When I was 14 years old, my mom had a miscarriage. Turns out it's my little sister. She attached herself to my aura. We decided, my wife and I, to just keep her around. Even the medium were against it. At the end, it's my little sister. I want her to stick around. The Thing in the Forest. My story is about a scary experience I had. It was 15 years ago while exploring Canada. Made me feel like I was crazy. When I was 30, went on a trip alone to explore the boreal forest in Canada and Alaska. I went alone to try and find myself again after going through some very stressful circumstances. That's a different story. It does have a connection to what happened during my trip. I'd planned this trip for close to a year, spent a lot of money to ensure this trip was what I wanted. Cost close to $70,000 for just over 6 months, which is actually cheap for what I wanted to do. I planned this trip to be a solo, secluded adventure, much as I could, to explore northern remote Alaska and the territories of Canada, which included a 4-week camping trip, which is where the scary story begins. I hired some of the indigenous people to help with my plans. They were very kind and offered me many options to satisfy my requests. One of the options they recommended really stood out. Didn't really allow company for the first 3 months of my trip, but the camping trip would be 100% solo. Sounded amazing, so I agreed. I would start in Point Hope, Alaska, make my way across the northern Ontario. The trip would start off by mostly dog sledding, snowmobiling other snow vehicles, and flying where it wasn't feasible to travel by land. I would mostly hunt and fish for food and create fires and cook what I caught, but I also brought plenty of survival food. This is why I agreed with the company. They were guides who knew the terrain, and how to navigate through it safely. They shared some food they brought with them, like bannock and dried meats like deer, moose, and elk. We would camp out along the way and stay in yurts, sometimes even motels in small towns. They told me stories about tales from their culture passed down many generations. I ended up enjoying their company. The trip was amazing. I saw so much wildlife and scenery, it was awesome, especially the sky. I'd never really seen northern lights like this before. The crackling was something I didn't know they did. They were bright, and with how clear I saw the Milky Way, it gave me a sense of peace. I saw a pack of wolves take down a moose, eagles, owls, foxes, even polar bears, which made my guides a bit nervous, though they did have a firearm for emergencies. We laughed, had a few drinks, cooked beef, hog, and fish, and had a blast. It was an amazing experience. They guided my journey until we got to Fort Severn. That's where we would rest for the day. From there, we would part ways, and I would travel alone. This is where my trip turns into the most horrifying experience. The next morning, I gathered my things, bought a bit of food, and headed out. I planned to head deep into the Ontario Boreal Forest alone. I'd previously pinned a location deep into the forest on my GPS to travel to. I wasn't 100% sure I could make it, but that was part of the challenge. Traveled on foot for 10 hours straight during the day, slept at night in a hammock. It wasn't easy by any means. The forest was dense and hard to tread through, but I was determined. Everything was fine for the first 2 days. Managed to cover about 20 kilometers. But on the third morning, I had an eerie feeling. That morning, some of my stuff was scattered around. I just told myself it was probably some animals trying to get at the food that was hung in the tree. But the weird thing was, I didn't hear anything during that night. It was very quiet. No noises of animals or insects. It didn't occur to me that anything was wrong. So I gathered my things, ate, and then headed out again. It started to get dark, so I decided to find a good place to sleep for the night. Once I did, I set up camp. This time, everything that wasn't essential was hung in the trees. I lit a fire, made some food, and just enjoyed the scenery as the sun set. Then once it got really dark, I heard something. It sounded like a very familiar voice of someone calling for help in a little girl's voice. Help, I'm lost. The voice almost made me cry, and it was extremely unnerving. Look around the best I could, but at that point it was pitch black. My line of sight was maybe 10 feet. I nervously called out, Sherry, are you okay? Can you see my fire? Then again I heard, help me. The voice changed a little, it was a little bit deeper. Now the hair on the back of my neck raised and a sudden sense of danger overwhelmed me. I took out my flashlight and looked around more thoroughly. That's when I saw it. A figure hunched over within the trees. Arms fully stretched out to the side with its fingers spread out in an unnatural manner, eyes glowing, had an oversized mouth, opened very wide and smiling. I just stood there trying to comprehend what the fuck I was seeing until his head rotated upside down. He collapsed to the ground and started crawling really fast toward me. I heard bones snapping. I don't know what I was thinking, but I heard a whisper, run. So I bolted. I left everything I had there except the flashlight in my hand and a bit of emergency dried food I had in my pouch. I ran as fast as I could. I didn't stop. But I heard it pursuing me, calling me, telling me to stop in what sounded like my wife's name, like voice. I kept hearing, please stop, I'm scared. I ran anyway. I don't know how I managed to navigate through the forest, but I did end up falling down a small hill into a wet mud pit, and I just laid there. I heard my wife calling me, Sherry asking me where I was or saying that she was scared. The cell phone ringing to my wife's tone. Weird chattering noises. A voice saying, I'm hungry, where are you? Growling and lots of footsteps all over the place. I was so petrified I just laid there, paralyzed with fear like I'd never felt before, and this mud pit ended up being my saving grace. That's because after what seemed like an eternity, the voices stopped. I heard the sound of morning birds. The sun began to rise. I waited until it was fully light out and crawled out of the pit. I gathered my head, checked what I had. A bit of water, a couple of bars of food, and thankfully, my GPS. Managed to navigate to a country road. It took me another 5 days staying in ditches at night along the road while this thing was trying to hunt me, taunting me with every trick it had up its sleeve. I think the mud made it lose track of me. During the day, I would navigate toward the closest town. Along the way, I'd managed to get to a highway where I saw one lone semi-truck traveling toward the town, so I flagged it down. The guy, an older gentleman driving, looked and asked if I was okay. All I said was I'd been lost for over a week straight and running from some animals. He looked at me and said, "You were lucky." The man told me a story about his brother who went hunting in these forests. He said he wouldn't talk about what happened, except that the forest was in fact haunted. Whatever his brother experienced scared him enough that he never went hunting ever again. I ended up telling him what happened. The guy's face went pale. We were silent for the rest of the ride. He drove me to Kenora. That's where he said he would let me stay at his place for the night. In the morning, his brother came by, and he and the old man talked. The old man's name was Steve. His brother's Jim. Jim looked back at me, eyes wide open. I nodded back at him. We both shared our stories. What I described was exactly what he saw. I ended up staying in Kenora. We all became pretty good friends. But Steve died about 3 months after this. He was 63. His brother and I stayed friends for about 2 years until he died with liver failure. I tried my best to get him to stop drinking, but the nightmares kept reliving that experience. I had him too, so I understood he needed an element of escape, and I too pretty much became an alcoholic. The nightmares were just too much. He was only 35 when he passed. His friendship meant a lot to me. Afterwards, about another year, I moved to Winnipeg, tried to get my life back in order. I joined AA and I got clean. This is where I met my current friends. I told my story at the meeting. I started with, "I don't care if you think I'm crazy." And here's some backstory. Sherry was my daughter. She was 5, but got cancer and lost the battle. She died 4 months after diagnosis. My wife couldn't take the pain and ended up hanging herself 6 months after Sherry died. It was her voice that told me to run. After their deaths, I was destroyed so much that I planned this trip not to find myself. What I really meant was I planned this trip for me to also commit suicide. I was going to hang myself deep in the forest to rot. That's how I felt inside, rotten. I used my entire life savings to plan this trip because I had no intention to come back. Think back to this day many times. Made me reconsider taking my life, and I went to therapy. Still working towards coming to terms with my past, but things are much better now. I met someone I was shown in a dream 10 years ago. When I was 15, my great-grandmother died and came to visit me in my dreams the same night. It was a pretty unusual, hyper-realistic dream. She told me she wanted to grant me a gift of divine knowledge, that she had specifically chosen to see me. I'm a lesbian, a fact unknown to her at the time she died. She said I didn't have to feel guilty about my sexuality because the person I'm meant to be with in this incarnation was also born in a woman's body, and that I was on the right path. I asked if I already knew her. She said it would be a long time before we met. She was younger than me and lived in a different continent. She also said I would have many experiences before meeting her, including getting married. I indeed got married at 22, and I'm in the process of divorce right now at 25. We would find each other in another country. She then asked me if I wanted to see her and took me to a family's apartment by touching my arm. Many details about this dream that I don't want to disclose, but basically we stood there watching the family for a bit. I asked her questions about them, all of which she had the answers to. They spoke in a foreign language, and even though I could identify it as a different language I didn't speak, I couldn't understand it. I'd never seen those people in my life. The whole context around them left me so confused after that I woke up. I woke up and I convinced myself it was just a weird dream. My brain's way of coping both with my great-grandmother's death and with the guilt I was experiencing over my homosexual desire. 10 years later, I'm living in another country. I met the girl from my dream very randomly. We were working at an event last November. We both instantly experienced an unusual connection that hasn't gone away since then. I didn't recognize her at first, because she looks very different. But recently I saw a picture of her as a child with her family, and the dream came back to me in all its vivid details. I still haven't mentioned this to her, as I'm afraid of her reaction, but I feel that I must, since, in the dream, I witnessed a memory of hers, and the only way it can confirm what I saw is real is if I ask her. Does anybody have any idea how to go on about this without being creepy? Frankly, the concept of having a person that I'm destined to be with absolutely terrifies me. Don't even know what kind of advice I'm looking for, but I'm feeling quite insane. Any thoughts would be greatly appreciated. I'm also curious if any of you have experienced something similar. We gotta just ask. Something scratching my foot while trying to sleep in bed. So this happened in my childhood, and I've only ever told 2 people about this. I guess it's because it sounds so silly, I guess. When I was 8 or 9, my bedroom was pretty small. I had a bunk bed, but I always slept at the bottom bunk because at the time I thought it kept me safe from demons. My bed was situated in a way where 3 sides of the bed were against a wall. The head part sort of touched the wall, and the left of the bed touches the wall, and the foot part touched a wall, so that also had a window. If I was laying perfectly straight in bed, the window alignment was perfect with my bed. The height of the bed was in a way that my feet were just below the window. One night I woke up in the middle of the night. My feet were sticking out of the covers. I moved to get in a comfy position and tried to fall back asleep. Out of nowhere, I felt something scratch the bottom of one of my feet with enough force it almost hurt. Freaked out, faced the wall to my left, and got into the fetal position with all my limbs and head under the covers. Even my head was covered with only my mouth, not under the covers. I laid there for what seemed like hours. That was until I fell asleep and woke up in the morning. Told my mom what happened, and I'll never forget what she said. Oh, it was probably the cat. I wouldn't pay it any mind. I instantly told my mom that we didn't have a cat anymore, and she brushed it off and hurried me to get ready for school. Before I left for school, I checked the space in between the floor of my bed and the wall. Nothing was there, no toys, no nails or screws, and definitely not a cat. I even checked the window, but it was locked. Never happened again, but then again I never slept with my feet not covered by my blankets, even to this day. Full moon scare. I don't scare easily at all, but this night scared me to the bone. About 2 months ago was a full moon. The night was lit up like daylight as the moon was bright and full. I don't sleep easily, or really well on full moon nights. I stay up until the wee hours of the morning watching TV before lying down to sleep. In my living room there's a door to my deck and my side yard. This door has very large windows in it, about 24 by 64. There is no blind or shade in the window. I've lived in my house for 10 years now and as an adult. I've always felt safe in this house. It was my childhood home. I live smack dab in the middle of town too. My yard is privacy fenced and the rails are on the inside of my yard. So while sitting with my dog who's lying facing me watching TV, I heard a wolf howl. I know this sound. I lived with a wolf dog for 14 years. I didn't think much about it as somebody in my area could have adopted a wolf dog also. Around 2 a.m. my dog suddenly raised her head, stretched her neck as never really before, and in sort of a slow motion turned her head toward me. The look of fright on her face shocked me. I leaned forward to look at the door and I saw yellow wolf eyes looking me through the window. They were about dog eye level until whatever it was stood up. Then it disappeared. Got my .357 handgun out and held it until dawn. I've since covered that window. My sister and the one son I told this story to said that it was probably some teen trying to scare someone. I just happened to be me there instead, but I don't agree. They were not there. They didn't see my dog's reaction. What dog moves in slow motion unless they are totally freaked out? She didn't jump up and bark, and any dog would at least bark, unless it was scared and freaked out. Just because we live in town doesn't mean strange occurrences can't happen. I'll never view a full moon the same again. Who is under the house? In 1981, I moved to Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. That was with my husband and 4 small children. My children are ages 1 4-year-old, 2 3-year-old, and 1 1-year-old and 1 6-month-old. We moved into an older home with an acre yard. It was completely fenced. This included the front yard, so people had to come to the front yard, or gate rather, and ring a bell so they could come out to the gate to meet whoever was there. The house was built up on blocks, had a huge front porch. It was a beautiful piece of property. I lived there for 5 years. Here's a little history of my town that you might find interesting. Fort Gibson was called the Graveyard of the West. This was many, many years ago. It was said anywhere you walked that you'd be stepping on a grave. There's many places in this town that are said to be haunted. Back to my story. I truly loved this place and this piece of land. It felt like it was perfect fit for my family, too. It had 2 large paper shell pecan trees, 2 fairly large Granny Smith apple trees, and 1 sand plum tree. I loved the fact that it was large and shady. The house was totally fenced in and offered a wonderful place for my children and dog to play. The first year when the apples became fully ripe, my children would come running in with their little arms full of apples. They would ask me to bake an apple pie, and this went on all apple season. Of course, I was more than happy to bake a pie for them, so when the pecans fell, or pecans, however you want to say it, they would bring those in too and ask for a pecan pie. One summer day, my oldest child came in with a huge bowl of strawberries that the neighbor had given him. I asked him to bake me a pie. He said, and I quote, "Mom, the people really want you to bake a pie because it smells so good." This stunned me for a moment. I was confused by his statement. Then I kind of became worried. Our property backed up to an open field, some woods beyond that. Thought maybe someone was coming to the back fence and talking to my children. I asked my son, "What people?" "Wait for it," he replied matter-of-factly. "The people that live under our house." To say the least, I was completely flabbergasted by this. I didn't really want to know, but I had to ask my child about how he knew that there were people under our house. He told me that when he and his siblings were out playing by one of the apple trees that was near our house, the people would start whispering to them to come over to the door to access under the house. They would then ask them to get me to bake a pie. I was beyond freaked out. Gathered up my children from outside, told them to stay inside because I thought there might be a skunk or something in our yard. I never lied to my children. But I felt that this was a justified reason to do so. Got my German Shepherd coyote dog and went to the access door that went underneath the house. So frightened, I suspected that a homeless person or people were living underneath our house. Found nothing. Nothing. I'd send my dog under the house first, and let me tell you, if someone was under there, she would have done her job. She came back wagging her tail. I crawled under the house to see if there was any sign of interloper. Empty. Just pipes and dirt. I decided to question each child separately about the people under the house. Each one told the same story. Told my husband about the quote-unquote people under the house, and he laughed and said our house or land was most likely haunted. I was asking for pie because, well, it smells good. Besides, he remarked, you make some damn good pie. Many days after that, I would sit near the door, but no one ever whispered to me to bake a pie. Yet, the people under the house continued to whisper to my children I wasn't around to fetch apples or pecans to bake pies, apparently because they smelled so good. The Red Clover Field. It was 1959. I was a precious 5-year-old. My family lived on an Air Force base in southwestern Illinois. It was a beautiful summer day. The sun was shining and a soft warm breeze was blowing through the corn and red clover fields. As they say, the corn was as high as an elephant's eye. The red clover and bloom scenting the air ever so slightly. I had gotten myself and my 2 older siblings in trouble for sneaking off the base and going to the forest the day before. Thought my siblings would never play with me again. But my older sister asked me if I wanted to sneak off base and go play at the school playground. She had left something there earlier, wanted to go retrieve it. I was ecstatic. She had forgiven me. The school was only about 2 blocks down the road from one of the gates on the base. There were certain ways to sneak past the guards at the gate. Of course, we knew all of them. A large cornfield was across the road from the school. Red clover fields bordered the school on the other 3 sides. The clover field that bordered the playground came right up by it like a swing set, like 5 feet away. We got to the school playground and my sister told me that I could wait for her while I played in the swings. She said that she was sure the object she had lost was on the other side of the building. This made me nervous, but she promised to be right back. I sat on the swing and waited for her. I waited and waited and waited a long time. The sun kept getting lower in the sky. I don't know how long I sat on that swing waiting for her, but it seemed like a lifetime. The afternoon had turned to early evening. She had tricked me. She had left me there alone. Sat on a swing facing the red clover to watch the bees buzzing to and fro. Became too scared to get up and move. Wanted my sister to come and get me. Honestly, don't really know why I was afraid. I was an adventurous child. This time I was frightened. Wanted someone to come get me. All of a sudden I saw a glow on the other side of the red clover field. It was coming toward me. Now I really froze. It mesmerized me and scared me at the same time. As the glow came closer, I could see a figure. It was a figure wrapped in a white glow walking across the field. This was on top of the clover. I squinted and kept looking across the field, and I thought my imagination had just gotten the better of me. I closed my eyes, hoping that whoever that was would go away. I thought I was scared before. I was terrified now. I was frozen to the swing seat. I didn't want to be there, and I tried to think happy thoughts. It didn't work, but I tried. I dare not move. I dare not open my eyes. Just go away, go away. Then I heard a voice, soft and gentle. The figure said, "Open your eyes and gaze upon me." I barely opened my eyes to peek at this glowing figure that was standing at the top of the red clover. The figure repeated to me to open my eyes and gaze upon it. The glowing figure said it would not hurt me. I opened my eyes and I looked. I really looked. The figure was wearing a white hooded robe and white glow that was so bright it hurt my eyes. I couldn't see a face or eyes, nose or mouth, but it had spoken to me. How was any of this possible? I was scared and I was confused. The white-robed figure spoke again. "Get up and run home. Don't look back, just run." Stunned, I couldn't fathom what was happening to me. Then in a more forceful voice, the figure said, "Run! Do not look back, go!" That was all it took. Shot out of that swing like a scared rabbit. Ran faster than I'd ever run before. Felt like I was flying. I ran home in tears the whole way. I didn't care and ran right through the gate past the stunned guards. Ran home to my mom crying and hugging her. She asked me what happened. Told her the whole story. She told me that it was okay. She said that it was just Jesus and didn't want to get me into any trouble. Went to my room still crying, and my sister asked me what was wrong. She had a smirk while asking. I wouldn't tell her, just laid on my bed crying until I fell asleep. The next day my parents were whispering in the kitchen. Sat in the living room waiting for the boom, and I knew it was coming. This was twice in a row that I'd snuck off base. My dad came in and sat beside me. He had a very worried look. Told me that I was a very, very lucky little girl, and that I didn't understand. I wasn't in trouble. My dad said never do something like that again. Then he hugged me so tight I almost couldn't breathe. Didn't understand my parents' reaction to that event until years later. Questioned my mom about it when I was a teenager. She told me a man had been found at the cornfield and had been murdered the evening that I'd been there. Murdered at the cornfield, across from the school. Ghostly tin can strikes again. "I'm awake, just give me a moment," I say to my pup. She's insisted I wake up at 4:30 a.m. to go outside. This isn't really an unusual occurrence in my life. We usually get up at 6 a.m., but sometimes I'm rudely jolted awake by panting in my face and a paw on my shoulder. She doesn't wake me, just open the door to go outside. My pup will not go outside without me, especially after having surgery on her leg several years ago. It became a habit for her after months of having to help her walk outside. Well, anywhere for that matter. So outside we go. The darkness would envelop us if not for my tactical flashlight. No wind, no lone morning bird is singing as it usually does. So quiet it seems as if we're the only living creatures in this bustling city. Then I hear it. A can tumble over and over down the street. Heard this before on the same type of dark no-wind morning. The other time I heard the can, we were on opposite sides of the yard. Each time the can tumbling sound was close. Both times I peek over the 6-foot fence that encloses my front yard on either side of my house. And nothing. Both times, nothing. How can a can tumble by itself without a strong wind? How can a can tumble with no one kicking it? And where is the damn can? How do I hear it? Is it some ghost just doing its thing? I honestly just don't get it. And it is very creepy. Makes me feel like I'm in the series The Twilight Zone. Can't tell my sister, she already thinks I'm paranoid. She leaves doors unlocked and goes to sleep. I lock the whole house up at night. If I tell her that something strange happened to me, she just says, "You are so paranoid." So here I am telling my experience to fellow paranormal believers and some non-believers too. Have a wonderful day and blessings to all of you out there. Indeed. Unexplainable thing that happened to me. Scary thing that happened to me that I still can't make sense of to this day. I was like 10 or 11 when this happened to me. I still remember the details vividly. When I was younger, I always hung out with 2 of the same girls every weekend. We went skating, spent the night at each other's houses, etc. We were really close and tight. One day we decided to spend the night after skating with my friend. We went to call her Jasmine. She happened to also live near my grandma, so we decided to visit her. On the way to her complex apartment, because there were 6 buildings in a complex with like a section called A building and then B building, we saw like a teenager much older than us. They were climbing up the wall near these buildings, just extremely good at tricks. Like when talking to my Nana, she declared instantly to stay away from him. Made me promise her not to hang out with him. Later that evening at around 6:30, 7:30, where it's still like light outside but soon going to be dark, we chose to go hang out behind her complex building where there's a 7-walled-in fence with a small playground. When arriving, we saw the same teenager from earlier, but facing the woods. Of course, I'm like, "Hey, you okay?" He turned around once with kind of perfectly normal, then turned to his direction again and then back to me, and I saw him have like a deformed face or like 2 emerging ones. Then 3rd time he was normal. My friends and I all saw it. We ran to an apartment, and I wasn't seeing things because they saw it too. And I remember confronting him the next day. He said, "Haven't you ever heard of the 7 gates of hell?" And after that day, I never seen him again. And also our group after that was never the same. We kind of grew apart. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where each episode explores the boundaries of the unknown. Subscribe and activate notifications to never miss out on our latest chilling episodes. Dive into the supernatural with us. A weird experience I had in my old apartment. So I had a weird experience in my old apartment I used to live in. I was watching YouTube videos about other people's paranormal experiences. Thought I would share mine. So in October of 2022, I was 25. I just moved into my first apartment. It was very old and it was built in 1940. It's almost 100 years old. It was originally built to house railroad workers. The name of the apartment was the Paramount Apartment in Pocatello, Idaho. The whole apartment complex was a bunch of studios and a few one-bedrooms. I lived in a studio apartment with my Dalmatian, so it was just the two of us. There would be weird things that happened every now and then that I just would ignore. It's because I didn't want to think about it, really. Things like falling over in the kitchen or in the living room or the bedroom, or weird noises. Nothing major. And like I said, I just didn't want to think about it. However, one time I had an experience where I just couldn't ignore it. So in my studio apartment, the kitchen's on its own room. Then the main room was my living room and the bedroom. I always kept my weed in my junk drawer in my kitchen hidden, but I knew where it was. One day I left for the day and I hadn't smoked, for a couple of days at least, so it was in the junk drawer and that's where I always kept it. However, when I came back home, my Ziploc baggie that had my weed in it was sitting in the middle of my living room. It was almost perfectly in the middle. My apartment was locked when I left and nobody else had access to it. I was unnerved by this and I didn't even touch it right away. Finally, I picked it up and put it back in the junk drawer. Nothing was missing out of it, but I just couldn't come up with any logical explanation for why it would have gotten from the junk drawer in my kitchen to almost the exact center of my living room and bedroom. I know it's not a super scary ghost story, but it was a weird paranormal encounter I just thought I would share. The old missing weed. When the veil lifted. I believed in ghosts when I was little. I had a handful of experiences when I was little and a negative attachment by the time I was in middle school. At that point, my mom got a job in a different town. I stayed with my aunt to continue attending school in my hometown. I never felt comfortable sleeping there, like something was watching me with deep hatred. I'd have nightmares of things pulling me out of the window. Grays, shadows, Santa Claus. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to see a tall, dark figure standing in my doorway. Moved my mattress from the wall and would sleep in a sort of crevice to hide. In that house, sculptures I made for my aunt would break. A drama mask made out of clay flew off the wall and split into two. Eventually, bruises formed on my arms, like a big hand was squeezing me tight. That was when my mom noticed she'd called her friend. We visited her aunt in El Paso a couple of times. I don't remember much of what happened. I just remember the last time being rubbed with an egg in a cemetery. Yeah, I'd remember that too. That's when the lady finished. She chucked the egg as hard as she could and told my mom just to leave immediately. After that, the weirdness stopped, but I grew up without really thinking about it. Over time, I became more agnostic. I would refer to science and physical evidence. And at some point, I entered a destructive hedonistic cycle. Would drive myself into a deeper depression. The same could be said for my roommates. We all sort of just numbed ourselves in the same ways. We didn't really mind wasting away together, but God forbid anybody try to get better. Come October 2022, one night I was wearing thin and, my mother saw that she gave me a St. Michael amulet that she got from the Vatican. On the drive home, my girlfriend and I got into a pretty big fight on the phone. I was a couple of blocks away from my house when a black ran in my path. The instant the beam from my headlight hit the cat, vanished. I relayed what I saw to my girlfriend on the phone and asked if I was being lucid. She confirmed I was. When I got to my house, we still had some things to say to each other that I just didn't want to bring into a house full of people, so I parked and stayed on the phone. Throughout the conversation, I noticed a shadowy figure wearing a hat standing in my neighbor's yard across the street. They'd disappear if I looked at them directly, but I could see them clear as day in my periphery. And I should say that during this period, I didn't have any interest in modern supernatural phenomena, and had no prior knowledge of certain memes. My initial thought was maybe I was hallucinating the creep in the neighborhood watch signs. I relayed everything to my girlfriend in real time. Their posture was defensive and intimidating, but not toward me. They weren't concerned by me at all, but they were looking just past me on my side of the street. I looked towards my driveway where my roommate's car's parked and see a tall, slender being. was almost translucent and glowed a soft white. It had no face, but I could tell it was watching me. The second we locked faces, it crouched behind the car. Its body was too big and I could see parts of its limbs popping out of the car's silhouette. I felt the shadow figure's posture tense. I felt tense. Got the feeling that the Hat Man was protecting my neighbor's house. He had a fuck around and find out sort of a feeling to him. I think our awareness had the white thing pinned, and after 5 minutes I felt safe enough to go inside even though I could still see it. It was kind of instinctual. Made my aura bigger and blasted "don't fuck with me" energy as I walked to my front door. I went straight to my room and my girlfriend sent me driveway footage from Kentucky. The second I saw the video, I froze and goosebumps ran up my body. It was the same entity that was in my driveway. I could still see it. I want to reiterate that I haven't been living a spiritual life. I don't judge and I don't push my beliefs on anyone. Live and let live. I lit some incense that my mom had given me to help calm me down enough to sleep. The next day I told my mom what happened. She didn't seem surprised. She already had like a kit put together for me. I was getting ready to pick it up. My roommate came out of the room with a noticeably hateful vibe. They were best friends and everything just flipped overnight. My sister helped me bring the kit back from the house and clean my room for smudging. She was hanging out in the living room with my roommate and left for work, and she caught the same energy that I did earlier. Left the door to his room open, and she saw a tall, skinny, pale creature standing in the doorway. Heard my roommate's door slam as I went downstairs. My sister grabbed her things from the couch and said I had a lot of work to do. I had to smudge the house 3 times, once with sage, Palo Santo, and copal. With each smudging, the smoke turned darker and darker. Found myself getting confused and arguing with myself, but I can't remember why or what for. By the time I got to my room and the smoke was black, continued till I got to my closet. Then the smoke bellowed uncontrollably. Felt like I was the one who was choking and being chased out with smoke. I said, "You can have this place, but you can't have me. If you try to fuck with me again, I'll pull your ass out of here myself." A white ring of smoke rose from my copal from the ceiling, and it grew and fell over me. The air felt clear. The house was quiet. I moved out shortly after, and I'm trying to take better care of myself now. I do see ghosts more often now. And it very well might have been you also being choked out by smoke. Can't breathe that in too well. Time glitch or sleep delirium? I work from home. I start work at 7 a.m. every morning from my computer taking phone calls. My alarm went off this morning at 6:45. I snoozed it like I always do and then get up when the second one went off. I had this extremely strong, creepy feeling that I've never had before in my own home. Like something just wasn't right. I just don't know what. It was strong though. I got dressed, left the bedroom to go to my computer. Turned on every light in my apartment and closed the door behind my back in a little office room that I never close. Just felt creeped out having an open door behind me this morning. And I never felt like this in my own home. So I sat for 17 minutes without a call coming in. Usually my phone rings within 30 seconds of turning it on in the morning. So it was like 7:17 at this point, but then suddenly I look at the clock again and it's fucking 2:17 a.m. Got goosebumps. I had an extreme shiver down my spine. I was just so shocked because my alarms went off twice. I always watch the clock in the morning because I have to turn my phone on at 7 o'clock, the exact minute. So I just sat there for another 10 minutes, what the hell? Look at the clock again and it's 2:22. I scrolled through my alarm apps on my phone like a dozen times expecting to see a 1:45 a.m. alarm that accidentally set or something, but there wasn't. I'm just assuming that I dreamt my alarm and woke up too groggy to really notice what hour it was, but it sure didn't feel like that in that moment. The couch flipped over. In the early 2000s, my mom was working at an all-girls group home as an assistant supervisor. The house she worked in had a creepy atmosphere. Unexplained smells, sounds, and silhouettes. The female residents approached her, and her work partner had to do some form of a seance since they were into that kind of thing. It was a Friday night, so the residents were bored, wanted something fun to do. The supervisor herself was pretty, well, the supervisor herself was indigenous, so she seemed on board with the idea, even if only to entertain the girls so they'd stop misbehaving for the night. Everybody went to the basement. Everybody was accounted for, meaning nobody was upstairs or missing whatsoever. The head supervisor sat on a couch long enough for 3 people or so, but sat alone. The resident sat on the floor in front of her. My mom sat in a chair off to the side. They turned the lights off. There was like a laundry room connected to the basement room that was lit up, and the door was still left ajar, which is important for later. The head supervisor led the group by asking questions out loud. As she started to ask questions out loud to the room, she had asked for something or someone to prove that they were present by making sounds or producing smells. My mom then smelled something, not rotten or gross, but more so sweet. It was really quiet, so she continued asking more questions. She had asked something similar to the question of, "Are you responsible for the heavy and negative aura of this home?" As she continued on, all of a sudden it happened. The couch the supervisor was on, it flipped over. The supervisor went flying into the air in front of the residents. Nobody could have pushed the couch at all. The girls were sitting in front of the couch, and because the small light from the door left ajar, they were able to see how everybody was still sitting in the front. It wasn't possible for the supervisor to have flipped the couch alone. She was a very tiny and petite woman. The couch was a very large, heavy couch, basically making it impossible for her to have tried to prank them. She also seemed incredibly freaked out and afterwards ran upstairs with everybody else. It was clear that there was some form of activity or weirdness or bad feeling in the home. After that night, even years later, weird occurrences kept happening and the negative aura never went away. Every time my mom would enter the basement to do laundry or other tasks, she'd feel as though she was being watched. I myself was actually able to go to that house once, and the vibe was not good from what I remember, even though at the time I wasn't really aware of the story yet. Toddler son saw little girl in empty room. What now? My parents have been renovating an old house that's primarily only been used as a seasonal home. It sits near Scenic Lake in upstate New York. It's near the Canadian border. They live out of state, so we go up there when they're up for a visit or to occasionally help out, maybe chill in the lake in the summer. On a recent visit by my parents, I was about to leave to go home with my 3-year-old son. He pointed into an empty dark room and casually asked, "What's that little girl doing in there just talking?" My son didn't seem at all scared, just curious, almost smiling, like he wanted to go play with her. I told him, "I don't know, don't worry about it. Let me put your shoes on." He quickly switched focus to getting ready so we could go. My parents were there too and witnessed the whole thing, but completely acted like it was nothing as they're very much skeptics. In the following days, however, my dad's mentioned that he's noticed for a long time how his tools and supplies for renovation sometimes seem to have been moved, and he's felt a certain presence. I've always felt a little bit of a spiritual presence in this house, but figured it was to be expected. It's one of the oldest houses in the area. The area itself is also very old, with many historical events having taken place nearby. For example, just 500 feet away is an old small cemetery. The feeling in the house always seems strongest just after nightfall, and it's not a scary or malevolent thing, it's more of a feeling that you're not alone. Not to come around the corner or door to find somebody right there, or maybe you're being watched. Other visitors have told me that they get the same vibe, but we just chalked it up to old house energy. Now, maybe we have a better idea of who is there. Give my son credit because he isn't one to make up something like that. He's at an age where if he's using his imagination, he's very obviously dramatic and hilarious. He's also said similar things before in relation to my husband's family old farmhouse. Made sense that he was talking to or spending time with deceased relatives in a loving manner, like only 2 times. It may be noteworthy that on a recent walk by the small cemetery near the lake house, I was drawn to the grave of a girl who died at the age of 5. The day she died was the same week that my son had this experience of seeing a little girl. I have no way to know if she ever lived in that house, but it seems fairly possible given the small amount of houses in the area at the time and being only a few gravestones in the cemetery. My hope is that we can all live in peace. Although this spirit seems to be innocent, we'd rather it stayed chill and not freak anyone out. Any advice would be welcome. A spiritual friend recommended maybe burning sage or placing black tourmaline crystals. But I don't want to upset the spirit. Some sort of soothing energy would seem best. But I'm open to input. Another weird experience in my home. So it's been a little while since I posted any strange things happening. Life got a bit hectic for a while, so if anything odd happened, I unfortunately haven't noticed. All the weird things have been kinda silly, nothing scary or anything. Also, I'm not fully convinced that my experiences are paranormal, but I haven't figured out what's going on yet. Tried posting in a glitch in the Matrix sub, but they didn't allow it. Please let me know if I'm in the wrong sub again. So a few days ago, my husband and I took the kids for a walk to the park. When we got home, after everybody was inside the house, I went to close the door. Now my door is a bit wonky right now, definitely needs some new hardware, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. Must be locked or it won't stay closed all the way, especially on windy days. I also have to push it a bit to get the locked parts to sort of line up. But as I was pushing the door, I felt like something was blocking it from closing all the way, so I opened it to check what was in the way. I didn't see anything though, so I pushed it closed again. This time it closed properly, so I reached down to lock it. Just as I was about to turn the lock, it felt like somebody was trying to push the door back open from the outside. So I looked through the little peephole and saw no one out there. Opened the door to get a better look, thinking my husband must be trying to pull a funny on me. No one was out there. I confirmed that we were all inside. So I closed the door again, and this time it locked easily. My experience with the poltergeist, 2014. I was lying awake in my bedroom. It's 2:30 in the morning. Didn't sleep much due to frequent bouts of sleep paralysis. All of a sudden, my cat Luna woke up out of a dead sleep, looked around, and sprinted out of the room. I said out loud, "That's not good." Just as soon as the words had exited my mouth, my box fan got thrown against the wall and smashed. My alarm clock got thrown at me. Running out of my room, I went right down the hallway to get to my brother. I found him pale as a ghost standing outside of his door. He later told me that he saw himself laying in his bed and floating upwards. This large, dark cloud surrounded him. He couldn't breathe, and his cat jumped onto his chest and scratched the shit out of him, just to wake him up. We both agreed that we had to go get my father and wake him up. Now, the house was from 1847. It was a 2-story duplex, and my parents were sleeping in the apartment, so to get there, we had to go down the stairs through the kitchen outside and to another flight of stairs to wake them up. As soon as I came down the stairs, I could hear slamming cabinets as I walked into the kitchen. I was greeted with the sight of all of the doors opening and closing at the same time. I always thought that these things don't have any power over you that you don't give them, so I exclaimed, "You are not welcome here. You need to leave." And as soon as I said that, all the spices in the cabinet were thrown at me. So we ran upstairs, woke up my father, and when he came down, he started burning frankincense and myrrh. Then he grabbed his guitar and played a song in Latin. Everything started to calm down after that. My father made a concoction out of sherry cream and nutmeg, placed it out in front of the porch, and left the light on for the rest of the night. I've had a lot of other happenings in that house, but that was by far the worst, and the only one that directly meant physical harm to us. My only explanation as to what caused it is my mother had left 2 mercury mirrors facing each other while trying to communicate with the other side. Let them open overnight. That's my story. Feel free to ask me any questions. White woman walked across the yard. Not deer. So not one to make posts often, but I have 2 experiences that seem to stand out. I've had a lot of items messed with, such as poltergeist stuff, but these 2 I need opinions on. So first one, I was 19 and I'm 26 now. Used to go to my buddies a lot. We'll call him T. Kept some of my things in his spare camper in a locked safe in the property. Sometimes I'd show up to get my quote-unquote things before dark, and while I was scrounging around in the safe, I'd always get this feeling or thought in my head like, get out, or I'll be scared looking over my shoulder hurrying. Anyway, T always would tell me that his items in his yard would move at night. So it was pretty obvious it was haunted. I didn't really fully believe, but one day T sends me the weirdest photo ever. It's an all-black picture, but you can just barely see T's outline. And over it is the most demonic picture I've ever seen. Some white woman demon thing coming to the camera. It sent dress down my spine, and I used to keep this pic, but deleted it as it felt cursed. Dress down your spine, eh? Anyway, one night me and T went to go get my things. We hung out a lot back then, and anyway, he lived down a gravel road and it was real bumpy. So you went slow and were surrounded by trees till you get to the campers all next to the stream and the railroad tracks. Anyway, we were headed down it, and he says all of a sudden, "F-man, you're gonna see something, I'm sorry, I can feel it." I'm thinking like, what? We're both pretty high as we smoked all the time, but as he said that the high left, felt dread, like my hair stand up. It felt cold, like my eyes started to water. I just kept slowly driving till I got to his driveway. I pulled in, and clear as day was a white woman in a white dress. We're walking across his yard. She didn't acknowledge us, she just walked slowly and ominously, sucking all the warmth and good energy around her. Needless to say, I yeeted it the fuck out of there. After that, I never really had anybody to talk to about it, so I just figured I'd post it here. After that, I no longer like being out at night. I know when that stuff's around. You just feel it. Second encounter wasn't as exciting, but to this day, I don't know what I saw. Some years later, which is last year, we lived in a town in a small trailer. We lived opposite an empty field, and on the other side was a lot of houses. My wife was getting home from work late and walked home. I was waiting for her and looked out the window to see her coming home. Mind you, I can't remember if she drove or walked home that night. Anyway, we always got scary vibes at night, especially from the field. I told her there was a scraper. That's the cryptid I think about most often, in the dark, scared. But anyways, the field had a streetlight nearby. As I saw my wife come home, there was 2 deer in the field, except I didn't get a good look. She did. It looked to be a giant deer. It was right beside a normal one. Except I didn't see its face and its vibe felt off, the only way I can describe it. I look away because my dogs bark, and I look back and it's gone. She came and I was like, what the fuck was that? We both agreed it's a cryptid, and I look up some stuff and come across the not deer. So we assume it was that. Her next day at work at the bar, though, locals said that there was a skinwalker in town. My wife hasn't told that woman what we saw. I think my house is haunted. In 2021, I moved into the house I currently live in, and I'm currently renting it. The house was built in the 1950s, from what I can gather through records. All seemed fine when we first moved in, except for the red room upstairs. There's this triangular attic-type space. It's painted completely red. gave me terrible feelings of dread when I first walked into it. For months and months I left it empty. I wouldn't venture into it. My mother, who's Christian but doesn't believe in ghosts, came to visit the house. That was when we moved in. She walked into that room and said, "Oh my goodness, you should consider having our pastor come and see this and pray." She got the dreadful feelings too. Her bedroom's downstairs below the room. At night I would hear walking and creaking up there. I'd lay awake scared. Then it all went downhill. As I got into bed one night, I heard an echo or a young female-type voice whisper my name directly into my left ear. I went cold. Waking up my partner in a panic, he shrugged it off. The next night I heard the same voice, but coming from the next room saying hi. I tried my best to ignore these things until one of the scariest nights of my life was upstairs. My office is directly beside the red room, a door separating them. I was at my vanity taking off my makeup. That's when the red room door slowly opened. Over the months, it would randomly open quite often, scaring me, but my partner blaming a draft, even though there wasn't one. I ignored the door. I heard loud footsteps downstairs walking through the house. Assuming it was my partner, I finished my skincare, came back down for bed. The whole house was dark. Thought that's weird. I just heard him walking around. But I walked to the bathroom to pee. As I passed the kitchen, I saw a tall, dark shadow figure walk right past me. I could see it through the light coming through the windows. Assumed it was my partner. I even spoke out loud, saying, "Hey, I'll be in bed in a minute." But after the bathroom, I walked to our room, silent. He was asleep. In panic, I shook him awake, saying, "How long have you been asleep? Weren't you walking around earlier and in the kitchen?" Through his sleeping demeanor, he said, "I've been asleep for like 2 hours," and rolled back over. I went completely silent and cold. Turned around to face where the kitchen was and saw nobody. I was terrified. Climbed into the covers and tried to wake him to tell him that we needed to check the house because someone was in here. He didn't listen and just went to sleep and told me to go to sleep. Turned to my face and I saw a tall figure standing directly over him beside the bed in his side. I let out a massive scream, grabbed him. This made him wake up, confused, and asked me what was going on, what was wrong. I cried and I said I saw the person again, over him. He jumped up and checked her whole room under the bed too. He said there really is nobody here. He's a skeptic, always has been. Never was afraid of the house. Well, that changed once he got back into bed. We laid there, and as I finally started feeling less afraid and drift asleep, a loud bang like a stomp on the ground or dropping a brick. The sound came from the floor on his side of the bed, right where I'd seen the figure. He immediately was shaken from his sleep and screamed, "Okay, what the fuck?" I could tell he was afraid. I'd never seen him afraid. Started to panic, saying, I told you there's something here." I was crying a little bit. I didn't even really know what to do. He immediately checked the entire house. He made sure nobody broken in. Got back in bed and said, "You know that I wasn't a person, right?" He didn't know how to respond. And this is all 100% true. It had happened early last year in 2023. After this event, we moved our bedroom to another room across the house. Turned the old one into a bonus room. And since moving our room, nothing's happened since. Bizarre. I wondered if the entity or something was feeding off of me easily because I was sleeping directly below the red room. Not sure. Since then, the only occurrence that's been the red door opening, the doorknob rattling too. I now rebuke whatever it is when this occurs. I'm not the most religious, but I very loudly and firmly let it know it's not welcome and it needs to leave me alone. Any thoughts? The Ghost of Maurice Zinderstein. In 2018, during a transitional period of my life, I just sold a home and wanted to rent for a while. I've been a resident of this valley for at least 14 years. I was totally surprised to have located a relatively unknown newly renovated former silk mill. This now elegant award-winning building was behind secured gates. It's in a pocket of wooded Allentown, Pennsylvania. The unit was beautifully designed, had lofts with high ceilings and rich wood floors and original brick walls. The only unit they had available was 101. I was actually surprised that there was any availability at all, considering its beauty. My unit's door is about 15 feet from the main floor, so sitting in the middle of the lobby, under the protection of a security camera. It was the dead of night during my first week living in apartment 101. A very sound sleeper, so I was jolted awake when I heard 2 firm knocks on my door. I looked at my phone. It was 3 o'clock a.m. Hair stood on the back of my neck. I was immediately afraid. I slowly got up and approached the door. Apprehensively, I looked through the peephole. No one was there. The next day, I emailed the management. I let them know what happened. They offered to check the security cameras during that time. I was hoping it was going to be revealed that it was a neighbor. Maybe it was a neighbor who'd been locked out. I honestly didn't know what explanation there could be for somebody to knock on a new resident's door at 3 a.m. The next day, management replied to my email, saying that no one was at my door all night. This confirmed what I thought, though. My physical response to the knocks told me that I already knew. There was a supernatural presence here. I never knew what people meant when they said felt like being watched. That was until I moved in there. It was constant. Subsequent talks with the other residents revealed that the knocks were quite common among the first few units down from mine, but no one seemed fazed. But a believer in the supernatural, I was compelled to find the story. Arduous internet searches turned up nothing. Allentown has a rich domestic and globally dominant silk, textile, iron mining, and railroad history, so these buildings surely had a role. In the age of the internet, we tend to assume searches will uncover everything, but since history was told and recorded by people, we don't always get the full story. And between the 1800s and 1900s, it wasn't easy to be alive, much less record things. But eventually, pieces of the puzzle began to emerge. The story and name started to take shape. Then critical pieces came in the form of help from Angie at Allentown's Preservation Association. They directed me to David, that's at the city of Allentown. He enabled me to find the fire insurance maps. Sometime after the decline of the railroads, and before the Great Depression, lies the history of this property, with Trout Creek at its base, in the very southeast corner of Allentown. Due to its location and surrounding trees, many people don't even know it's there. The railroad next to it hugging Trout Creek is still very active. You can find retired engineers and train buffs daily, just sitting quietly in their cars with coffee, or out near the tracks and lawn chairs waiting for the trains. A map from 1876 shows Thomas Barber, otherwise known as Iron Man, listed as the property owner of the land. That's the land that Auburn Station sits on, as well as surrounding land framed inside the borders of the waterways. The word quarry is also on this map, which coincides with the previous map's quarry markings. Thomas, his father William Harrison, and his son Joseph were millwrights, iron makers, manufacturers of blast furnaces, mill machinery, gears, boilers, and more. The streets around the Auburn Street station have names such as Barber and Harrison. It appears the Barbers used it only as a quarry for their thriving business, and building that was a few miles away in their thriving downtown. Somewhere between 1876 and 1895, the Barbers sold the land to Maurice Morris Zinderstein. Maurice, his wife Anna, and their 2 sons Charles and Emil, they came to Allentown, Pennsylvania in 1895 from New York City. They were German immigrants. They built what was named Palace Mill on these beautiful grounds next to the quarry in 1895. In 1898, Morse's son Emil dies of typhoid fever, salmonella, otherwise known as food poisoning. Research states Maurice took it very hard and became unbalanced. It was written that allegedly Maurice blamed Emil's death on son Charles, and additionally accused their doctor of starving him. Later records showed this wasn't true, and his anger and unbalanced nature came from the death of his son, and a man named Max Wolf, the new owner of the Palace Mill. Records in 1899 state New York City resident Max Wolf's secured a financial interest in Palace, and then later retained full possession of the mill. Wolf was then listed as owner of the Palace Ribbon Mill in January of 1899. Records then show Maurice was listed as silk worker employed as a foreman. Max Wolf was now principal owner of the mill, came frequently from New York City by cab. Maurice's son Charles was listed as the superintendent. It was said Charles had some financial interest in Palace, but it was noted that there was a severed connection before 1899. It looks as though there was bad blood after the merge between the Zindersteins and Wolf. The same year, sensational news. One of Max Wolf's routine visits from New York City to the mill from New York City. He arrives in a cab and he's greeted by Maurice confronting him at the office steps of the mill. Note, these office steps are the very same steps to the present-day entrance, which are a mere 15 feet from the door of my unit. According to the cab driver that witnessed the whole thing, there was an animated argument with arms flying. Apparently, Maurice said Wolf owed his son Charlie money for acquiring the mills. Maurice then fired 3 shots at Max with a revolver, was arrested the same day. It was big news. Newspapers widely reported Maurice felt Wolf froze them out and thought Max owed Charlie money. Also reported Maurice lived in a house owned by Wolf, but apparently Wolf asked him to make improvements, and he allegedly never reimbursed him for that work. Maurice was then indicted for aggravated assault and battery. He had the intent to commit murder. He pleaded guilty and was fined $200, was sentenced to imprisonment in the county prison for 3 years. Then he was sent to a state hospital for the insane at Norriston, Pennsylvania. Prosecution stated that he was quote-unquote insane and a danger to himself and others. Requires restraint. More records show Maurice's mention of fighting in the German War, and in my opinion, the man may have had PTSD, and these events triggered a mental breakdown. Subsequent articles note Charlie's employees had great affection for him. He was highly regarded by all in the mills, which were primarily very young women and men. Sadly, child labor was rampant in all the mills in the area at the time. The children were mostly sent to work by their poor parents. Thankfully, more and more protests finally ended this, but only after many years of these children being robbed of their lives. Nevertheless, it was said Charlie was well loved and gave them cigars and candy when he retired suddenly. I believe this explains the very sad, quiet, somber feeling of this place. In 1902, Charles died of typhoid fever. 1902, he was the age of 36. Wolf continued to operate as owner with the Palace name. Max survived the bullets. He was only 50 at the time of the shooting. Despite his military background, Maurice had a terrible shot. In 1907, Maurice and wife Anna Marie both died within moments of each other. Although not with the mill at this point, because surely you can't keep your job after you shoot your employer. The silk industry thrived through the 1940s, dropped off at some point. Interviews with locals say the property was vacant for a while, then used as an antique market. Suffered trouble related to squatters and drug use in the 1980s. In conclusion, not sure if the knocks for help were from Maurice, but when I uncovered the story, I felt a sense of peace knowing Maurice's story was told. He came here to have the American dream, only to be terrorized mentally by war, heartbroken by sickness and loss, then swindled and betrayed by power and money. His sadness and the sadness of the child laborers loom. A benign yet hopeless feeling that roams the halls, sends knocks into the night. Mimic or something else? My children have been talking about seeing something in their room the last few weeks. This thing they both described it as tall, lanky, gray-skinned with big, black, beady eyes. They described it as being surprised-looking, but it's almost taking on features of people in the house. so it's hairless sometimes, but other times it has long dark hair like myself. They said it's almost looking like one of the kids in the facial structure they're onto. They look a lot alike. The first time my oldest saw it, she actually saw an arm come out of their closet. It wiggled its long fingers, and after was peeking around the closet at her, and when he went to look at it, she was 16. She was like, I must just be tired. But my youngest, who she hasn't told anything to, is not scare her, saw the same thing looking over at the door at her. My mom was over and we got on the subject of ghosts. Enthusiasts we are. My oldest daughter brought up seeing something, and before she could even get it out of my younger child was like, did it look like this? And proceeded to describe it in detail. My oldest son said yes. So I know they're definitely seeing the same thing, but I haven't the faintest idea of what it could be. Can't tell if it's something bad because it hasn't really done much besides show itself, and they do hear whispers a lot in there. So far, they say it hasn't been seen outside since their room. It's only in there, but I'm bound to determine to get out there and, well, I am bound and determined to get it out, but I have to know what I'm dealing with first. They wanted you to forget. So this was a really weird occurrence. I'm not sure how it'll sound when written out, so bear with me. I've had just a few paranormal experiences, but they've all been in dream form. A few years ago, I had a dream where I was being confronted by something that was telling me to remember. I asked what I was supposed to remember, and when I was transported into a different dream. I was young and in my parents' bedroom in our old house. They were out shopping and I was alone. Yet I heard my mom's voice in the room with me. Can't remember what she said exactly, but deep down I could tell that it wasn't actually her. And as soon as I had that feeling, her voice lowered into an inhuman growl. The voice from the beginning of my dream came back and said, "They wanted you to forget." I woke up in a cold sweat after that. Then I remembered. It wasn't a dream. This was a memory that I did indeed forget. The weirdest thing is, because I'm really big on the paranormal and unexplained, I remember each and every encounter that I've had. While I do remember the time I heard someone mimicking my mother, I'd forgotten it ever happened for like 5 years. So basically, something made me forget this experience, and something made me remember it. I don't really understand it either. The mimic in the house. So last year my uncles decided to retire, thus changing their city home from a house in a smaller place. I went to help them move, and the weirdest thing happened in the house. I would see my family, my aunt, uncle, cousin, and a helper. They would be in rooms that they weren't at, and they also saw me. These encounters were recurring. You could even chat a bit with whatever was mimicking us. And then you realize the other person wasn't in the house or was in another room. They were also busy packing and everything that we didn't even notice until we sat down for dinner. Somebody would say something like, "You offered to go grab me a beer and didn't come back." And the other person would deny if we're holding that conversation. We also felt observed while in the house. It was an awful sensation. So much that we went together to get laundry or take the trash out. Things we normally did alone. At the beginning I was scared, but my aunt and uncle sort of didn't really react to this. They just said that when they bought the house, which was 30 years prior, it happened too. It stopped after a few months. Forgot to mention, it was a month of us moving, and during that move, the toaster, the microwave, and the oven just started malfunctioning. The toaster even caught on fire. Something inside the microwave exploded. I have the theory that now they're selling the house, and with all the movement, whatever was there awoke and started making itself known. My brother-in-law, the ghost. When my sister was 18, she decided to be independent, randomly left Texas. She's prone to this kind of decision. When she was 21, she moved back home. She was married with 2-year-old or something like that. Nothing weird so far. When she returned, I was just leaving for college to another city. Met her new family briefly. She, her husband, and her child stayed with my parents while they quote-unquote figured things out. A month went by and suddenly her husband, 20-plus years old, died from a heart attack. Seemed like he had some genetic undiagnosed heart disease, just dropped dead. My sister was obviously devastated, basically relayed the care of her child to my mom, and she just again left to another city. But she did visit frequently. One day while speaking to my mom, I heard my nephew say, "There's the man." I asked my mom about this, and she said that my nephew was always talking about this man in the house that nobody could see. Even when they left the house, the child would say goodbye to this man, as babies do with numerous bye-bye-bye. My mother just told me they sometimes saw a shadow. Nothing bad had happened, so they didn't pay it any mind. This went on for years. The child was always talking, interacting with this man who nobody saw. Meanwhile, my sister was really depressed and never talked about her husband. No one really did, and, well, we didn't know the guy. Everything was so quick that we didn't even interact with him. Didn't have any pictures of him or anything. Nothing aside from her had any attachment to him. Also, this was like 2006, so cell phones had cameras, but not a lot of memory. So really, we didn't have any pictures of him. I'm stressing this so you can see that my nephew had no way of knowing his dad. Sure that he saw him until he was maybe 2, but now he was 6 when suddenly his father's brother decided to send an email with a photo of my sister's late husband. The photo that was saved and forgotten in a computer. The family computer had this screensaver. It was a gallery of all the photos saved in the system. And that's where my nephew saw it, instantly shouted, "That's the man!" I remember it clearly, because by that time we all knew the man. Nobody saw him, but if something happened in the house or there was a weird shadow, we said, "Oh, is the man." And we all would just say bye to him when we left, and we would also say hello to him when we arrived. He was already part of the family. So we went to the computer, showed the kid all the pictures. That was the photo of his dad, and the kid just said, "That's the man who visits me at night." We were freaked out. He was elated. For a week he asked again and again to see the pictures, and my mom decided against my sister's wishes to tell him that that was his father. Since then he would talk about the man less and less, until he stopped talking about him completely. Now as a teenager, my nephew doesn't remember anything at all. And around the time my nephew found the photo, my sister remarried, took him with her. I think he was just looking after his child when, he had a stable life, he left. Who knows? Do we visit our loved ones before we die? This is about something I was once told by an elderly woman. She said that when somebody's about to die, their spirit visits their loved ones in some form or another. I think I've experienced something similar. So, here we go. I was 8. My brother was 10 at the time and, used to live in a government colony. For context, my father's a retired government officer. During those days, we lived in government bungalows. To give you an idea of the place, the houses were more like individual bungalows built over an area of maybe 3,500 square feet. Had plenty of space left for gardening and other activities. The fencing covered the whole area. Had a 35-foot road separating our house from another similar house opposite the road. A single lane consisted of 6 similar houses facing each other in pairs, and adjacent houses shared a wide gallery that sort of led to 2 separate gates for both bungalows. Since it was the middle of winter, a season that comes with many weddings and celebrations, we were planning to attend a similar event at one of our acquaintances' homes that day. Due to the cold, everybody would go inside their house by 7. The roads would be almost deserted. The house opposite ours had been empty for a long time. There's a small story behind this, which I heard from my mom's gossip group, and it goes like this. The resident, a government officer, had an elderly woman, mother-in-law to his wife, a wife and 3 boys. One day the mother-in-law died in a kerosene stove explosion. This happened before I was born. The lady said it was very suspicious because every resident was an officer, and hence pretty well off. No one used a kerosene stove, which was mostly used by the poor. Being killed by a stove explosion was very suspicious, especially since she sent her kids to her relatives that day, which added to the suspicion. Consequently, there was a rumor that the wife had something to do with it. A few years later, the husband had some kind of accident that left him unable to walk. After a few more years, their second son, who was in his early 20s, died in a road accident. The wife told her friends, which is her and my mom was part of the same gossip group, that every time she saw her mother-in-law in her dreams, something bad happened the very next day, which was brushed off as superstition. After a few years, she had another dream of her mother-in-law, shared it with her friends, expressing her anxiety that something bad would happen again. Everybody said that she was just getting paranoid over nothing, but the next day, her husband, the resident, died, and consequently everybody suggested they leave the residence as soon as possible, which they did. After they left, many families moved into that house, but everybody left within a week or 2 to maybe a month. They all reported feeling uneasy, or having bad dreams, or sensing that they were being watched. Some ran away after hearing the story, while others complained that something was not right. This was pretty wild in those days, and we kids would be terrified when our elders threatened to leave us if we didn't finish our food. So as far as I can remember, the house remained empty for many years. We kids used to call it the haunted house. So, returning to my story. It was 7 p.m. Everyone was inside their houses due to the cold. There was absolutely no one on the road. Since my brother and I were ready for the event, we went outside to the garden. My brother was playing with the football when he kicked it out of the fence and ran outside to catch it before it went too close to the haunted house. Seeing my brother running outside, I ran ahead of him to catch the ball first. The moment I caught the football, I saw my brother looking up at the roof of the haunted house. My eyes followed the direction he was looking. We both saw an enormous ball that seemed to be made of burning twigs, like the ones we see underneath when we try to turn the grass pile on fire. The fireball extinguished as it moved behind the haunted house. This all happened in about a second. We both looked at each other in horror, left the ball there and sprinted toward our house, screaming. We never talked about it until recently. That's when he claimed that we might have imagined it. The next morning I was playing on the road with my neighbor. That's when suddenly my neighbor's mom called my mom. It was because somebody had called her on their landline, as our landline wasn't working. The moment I heard the word call, the very first thought that came to me was that Nanu, my grandfather on my maternal side, had died. When I went home after playing, I found out that Nanu had indeed died. I never told this to anyone, but I heard from my mamu, my uncles on my maternal side, that prior to Nanu's death, he had been acting as if he already knew he was going to die in the near future. He made all the necessary provisions, took care of many legal matters, and rushed to harvest the farms, which seems strange to everybody, that he was in such a hurry. But after hearing from that old lady, I sometimes wonder if the ball of fire that my brother and I saw was actually my Nanu visiting us before his death. Or maybe it was just a shared imagination and a silly thing to talk about, as at least my brother claims. The neighbor's daughter never existed. My family used to celebrate bonfire night when I lived in the UK. If you don't know what that is, well, you probably should have been listening in history class. Anyway, our tradition was to buy paper lanterns, write notes to everybody that we lost, put them inside, light them up, and watch them burn out in the sky. Pretty beautiful now that I think about it. I was at my grandma's when this happened. We were all in the back garden. After letting go, we cheered and cried, but we were happy. At one point, the memories are kind of hazy, but the things that stood out are so vivid in my head. I was on my mom's shoulders, and everybody was talking about my great aunt who had passed several years before. She was the rock to the family, and my first ever memory of my entire life is her. Now to the weird stuff. The next-door neighbor's house was dark. Nobody was inside, and for context, there was a small alleyway in between the two houses that led to a door to the main road. We couldn't really see much. It was nighttime, but I looked at the neighbor's house and around until I saw this little girl. Had very long white hair and dressed in all white. It really felt like she was glowing in the dark. She was walking down the alleyway. I freaked out instantly and started crying and screaming at my mom that there was a girl walking down the alleyway. There was no one. Mom said that I was just too tired and needed to sleep. Weird from her since she's a big ghost believer, and so I thought she'd believe me. Now, to the extra weird part. I actually got the chance to speak to the neighbors one time after. I don't know how long after, I was pretty young, but I used to be kind of a weird kid that was pretty sociable to anybody, and thank you ADHD. The man was a really nice guy with a really cute dog, and this dog just jumped over the fence to see me in my grandma's garden while I was playing. This led to a conversation with the neighbor. I asked outright if they had any kid. He told me no, and that they were waiting for the dog to pass to try to have one. They were a young couple. I was shook. I told him that I saw that night, and he took a while to respond. When he did, he told me to sit down next to him. He looked me in the eyes and said, "I believe you. I've already seen her before. Don't worry, you're not crazy." Something like that. But out of nowhere, he drops a bombshell on me. He's saying that, in any case, our brains are in cylinders on a satellite in space being controlled by something, and whatever we perceive as life is just a simulation. Not his exact words, but something close. That's why I know you're not lying, and that's why ghosts exist. He looks very visibly freaked out and told me I should leave. I never ever saw them again. Absolutely mental. Sort of. Creature in the Lakes of Finland. I was spending time in a summer house in the woods with my mother. The area is very much in the woods, but there's one digging area for gravel, some kilometers away, and a couple more summer houses. Can't really see them. So it's not like we're completely isolated. So we're leaving after being there a couple of days. I was looking at the lake in front of the summer house. I saw a swan, probably like 70 or 80, maybe meters or so away from the summer house and the lake. Pretty close to the sleet, if that's the right word. Sleet? I believe sleet is wet snow. I looked at the swan and it started to form in like a tall white thing, like white tall creature. Stayed completely still on top of the water. Now, I'm a logic person, so I started to doubt my eyesight and the lighting. I kept watching it and it turned back into a swan, like it shrank, transformed again, and I called my mom to look at it. Well, it was still looking like a swan, she said. It's just a swan. But when it turned into a tall white thing, my mom was quiet. I asked, how can that be explained? She said she doesn't know. After that, it did it a couple times, and then it stayed as a swan. It didn't turn into anything again. We left the summer house, and we didn't talk about it much. Well, if anything, it's a great fireplace story, but the thing that bothers me is that I actually saw it. I don't know how to explain it. I want to explain it because the fact that there'd be a creature like that would crush my viewing on life completely. That's paranormal. If anybody wants to try to explain this to me, if they can, or if it can be lighting or something else. It was just too tall to be an illusion. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be typing this. I still go to the summer house a lot. I spend a lot of time there. I always look around in the woods, stare at that lake. Kinda want to see it again. Suppose if it was actually real and not me and my mom tripping at the same time for some reason, it wouldn't be a ghost, but some ancient creature that could have been one of the mythical creatures Finnish people feared, or even the ones that they worshipped in ancient times. I don't really know. I do really want to see it again. I'm sort of in a crisis about seeing it. can't believe it's real. I never believe people when they tell stories like that, but I just saw it. Like, I saw it with my own eyes. No bullshit. Not a story, not a crappy video like I saw it myself. There's no better proof than that. I'm going to the summer house tomorrow to celebrate my friend's birthday. I don't think the creature will ever show up again because I think that's the closest it's been to people. I think it tries to avoid people and accidentally it just went that close, or I don't know. Somehow I tell myself it's some part of nature, like a rare animal or something. Also, about the transforming, like how it looked like. So at some point the neck of the swan kind of disappeared, and the butt of the swan as well. So it kind of felt like it was dizzy. Not literally, but like, you know, when you see those videos of, like, deserts and the view is wavy because of the hotness. I guess there was something sort of like that I was looking at. But only the swan, not anything else. Then the neck appeared thicker and higher, and the standing white entity was there literally just chilling, sitting on top of the water. This is just how I remembered it, like the transformation was smooth. You didn't even realize it till it was already standing. So I thought this is something that's also interesting, like how does it do that? Also, that's something I'd want to know in a story like this. Bon voyage. Welcome to Paranormal M, the home of spine-tingling mysteries and paranormal phenomena. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications for your regular dose of the eerie. Get ready to be spooked, hiking the Appalachian Mountains at night. I joined this group to tell you about a paranormal experience I had while unintentionally hiking the Appalachian Mountain region. A couple of months ago, my friend and I had a spontaneous idea to hike at sunset, eat Subway on the beach. We went to a place called Morse Mountain. We walked the trail for about an hour, and right when we got to the beach, it was just about pitch black outside. We hadn't really thought to bring anything but some weed and Subway. No flashlights or headlamps or hiking shoes. Dumb idea, I know. Anyway, all was well. The first 2 hours we laid on the beach smoking and eating, just talking about life. It was beautiful hearing the waves and seeing a sky full of stars. I started getting tired, so I decided that we should head back out. Gathered our stuff and started hiking. We both turned on our phone flashlights to guide our way. Not even a minute into the trail, we hear something moving in the forest to our left. I tell my friend to stop. The sound stops. Immediately when we start walking again, the swishing is there, and it's matching the exact pace that we're walking. So we stop again, just to test if the sound is really matching our pace. I was hoping that it was just an animal just curious about who we were, would hopefully walk away. But the sound once again stops when we stop. At this point, my heart starts pounding because there's no animal that I know of that's intelligent enough to match the exact pace and it stops like exactly where we're stopping. My friend and I turn our flashlights to the left, where the sound's coming from. Make eye contact with something in the distance. It was pale. It had dead black eyes. It looked like it was standing with its hind legs in like a terrible posture. My friend and I quickly turn on our flashlights to point directly in front of us. And I wind up saying, "Please tell me that was an animal." My friend, in a sort of very monotone voice, says, "No, we need to leave. Keep your eyes forward." For the rest of the hike, the trees and branches looked like symbols, some even like nooses. Felt like the forest was telling us to leave, or at least communicating some danger to us. After about an hour, we finally made it back to the car. I asked my friend if they noticed anything about the trees. They also described the symbols. My friend called their mom on the drive home and said, "I'm just happy you weren't in the Appalachians." The next morning, my friend calls me and just says, "We're idiots. We're in the Appalachians. Haven't been able to stop thinking about what we saw that night, and I also want to add that my friend and I didn't smoke much, and we're both stoners, so we don't chalk it up to the weed. Any ideas on what I just experienced? And yes, a random cat walked into my house that I do not know. Sorry. Are a child's dreams of the paranormal valid? A story of my childhood home. When I was 6, my parents and I moved to a small house in a rural area. I remember not liking it from the moment that we arrived, feeling very uncomfortable. My room was at the opposite side of the house from my parents. I never once got used to this experience. But I had these night terrors. It was pretty usual. But I began having dreams of ghosts and things walking around in the front yard. I still remember a dream I vividly had in the first few weeks living there. It's like these little swamps in the background and an ethereal voice telling me to come toward them, only to be pulled under. Well, my mother overdosed on pills. Nearly died a month after moving in. My dog also got hit by a car and killed after escaping from under the fence into the road. He ended up buried in the property. A few months later, we got a bird who happened to have been born on the same day my dog was killed. And that bird a year later was lost. That's when a friend of the family accidentally let it out of the house. That'll happen. We bought a second bird a year later. It was vicious, made my mother's hand bleed. We got a rabbit around the same time who was also vicious, terrorized my surviving dog. Rabbit's dynamite. My father also changed quite a bit and got more abusive and more mean toward me. That was while we were living there. I changed too, both physically after the first year. And I was a very sociable kid, very well versed socially, but I became odd, withdrawn, and considered strange. 3 years into living there, my mother and I got into a bad car accident. That was where our car was knocked down to the next avenue, and smoking, after I had disturbing dreams of my mother dead in her car. It was an abandoned lot full of cars with their eye socket visible. My parents also began watching horror movies a lot around the first year, just letting me watch them too. There wasn't really any off-limits. I much later learned about this house after it was sold. The original owner that we bought it from had her husband die there, and her son struggled with addiction, had been very abusive toward her physically. But there was never any direct paranormal contact, no sightings of ghosts, no unexplainable occurrences. And of course, this could all be coincidence, but I'm curious what you think. I included a picture of myself in front of the house that we first bought. Story. Back during the 1970s, my mother worked as a nurse in a hospital. It was an autumn night and she and her coworker were at their station for the evening. Her coworker's husband had been in another wing in the hospital, terminally ill for some time prior. Suddenly, my mother felt an extremely cold, hollow, shuffling presence lurch down the hallway past her. Disturbed her to the core of her being. She turned to her coworker and said, "Something dead just walked past me." The phone rang suddenly. Her coworker's husband had died a few minutes prior. I was at the other end of the hospital. I live in an apartment alone. As with, any lonely house, nighttime can sometimes be strange. But until recently, I chalked it up to sounds the house makes at night, what they call settling. I also have been a skeptic of ghost stories. My family had their brushes with ghosts and tales to match, but I'd always shrugged them off. That was until one night a few months ago. It was around 11 p.m. at night. The air conditioner was off. Suddenly, an ice-cold presence made its way past me. It felt like a humanoid shape, but utterly cold. Absolutely disturbing. Something about it went through my body. I also suddenly had a severe sensation that I wasn't alone, and that I was being watched. My first instinct was that a home invader had gotten into the house either just then or a while ago. They were making their presence known. The hairs on my arms stood like spikes, but I resisted the urge to call the police and went through every room of the house, checking every closet. As I walked the hall, I kept looking back over my shoulder. I had the distinct sensation that I couldn't shake, and that there was definitely somebody behind me, just watching me. I had the urge to hunker down and prepare for a fight, if need be. The check of the house showed that there was absolutely not a single living soul besides myself, but that presence was real as anything I'd ever encountered. I don't use drugs or have any history of mental illness. I was a skeptic before, but I'm not any longer. There's strange things in this world, and I got my first and hopefully last direct brush with them. Romanov's trauma. Am I reincarnated? The story begins in 2017 when I was almost 10 years old. I'm a guy, and I'm 16 now. Interesting fact is that I learned Russian when I was 6 years old. It was all by myself without any help or lessons. And I don't have any relatives in Russia. I speak it perfectly without an accent. I can even write in Russian. There was this animated movie called Anastasia, and I've been a huge fan of it since I was like 5. Watched it many times. Somehow I always felt very connected to the story of Anastasia herself. One day in June of 2017, I found out that Anastasia's story was real. I got so intrigued and started reading about it every single day, and at first it wasn't creepy at all, but if you've read the whole thing, you should definitely know how terrifying it really is. My mom brought me a book about Anastasia and her family story. They were the last Romanovs. I thought that the book was very boring, so I left it on a shelf and completely forgot about it. But all of a sudden I started having the worst nightmares, and they were all about the Romanovs. In one of them, I was in a store with my family. Everything seemed to be fine, but suddenly the lights went off and everyone just disappeared. I was alone. All of the Romanovs were right in front of me, except Anastasia. Their eyes were red and they were staring at me. I tried to say something, but my mouth wouldn't open. They surrounded me and gave me a birth certificate written in Russian and a feather with the ink. I don't know how, but I signed it with Anastasia's signature, which I've never seen in my life. They all smiled, hugged me, and disappeared. When I woke up, I checked the signature on the internet. It was just like the one in my dream. I was terrified and I stopped reading and talking about them. But somehow I always felt like they were next to me. I couldn't sleep. When I closed my eyes, I saw their faces. My parents moved the book to my grandparents' house, and since then everything stopped. The nightmares were gone and I got better. But I remembered their faces very well, especially Anastasia's. 2 years later in 2019, I was in the bathroom washing my hands. All of a sudden, the door got locked by itself. I felt that somebody was standing right in front of me. It was the same feeling like before. I looked at the mirror and saw its silhouette. I screamed and just said, "Please go away. Please, I'm begging you." The door opened. I ran out. It felt like it never happened. It was so strange. For a while, I started seeing them again when I closed my eyes. Everyone except Anastasia. It felt like they were so close to me and they wanted to tell me something, but I couldn't understand. Some people told my parents that it might be Anastasia's reincarnation, but I didn't believe them. Same with me. Years pass by and I'm here writing this because it's still kind of haunting me to this day. While I'm writing, I feel like they're behind me. It's difficult to breathe. I haven't seen any of them pictures in 7 years, but I still remember them, and I forget people's faces. I know this whole thing might sound very strange and illogical, but I'd like to know what's happening. Am I a reincarnation or am I crazy? Ghost? Poltergeist? My mom had a really bad ear infection. Needed to take her medicine on time to quickly get rid of the pain. She had an alarm set for some time between 12 and 3 a.m. She'd been in our front room watching movies waiting for her alarm to go off to take her meds. We ended up falling asleep, and before the alarm went off we were woken up by loud bangs. We both sat up straight, absolutely scared shitless. They were so loud and repetitive that we thought someone broke into our dark house and didn't know that we were actually home. It was coming from the kitchen. When we went to check it out, and all the cupboards, drawers, the fridge, stove, washer, and dryer, basement door, and bathroom door were open. Some cupboards were still moving from being violently slammed shut multiple times. Nobody else was awake. We checked on my dad and 3 brothers, all fast asleep. The doors and windows were locked. The Ghost Hunter and His Ghosts. I've been chasing ghosts, entities, demons now and again. And in all of that time I've never had an attachment to me of any kind. After all these years, never one. The title says My Ghosts. I have 3. One is a small girl, and we think maybe 7-ish. Bright dress, blonde hair. She's mischievous. She likes messing with her cats too. The others we have I've only seen a few times. My wife continues to feel his presence. Though we don't see him, the ghost mostly prefers to be outside walking past windows. Scared the living crap out of my wife. The other one is a shadow person. I've seen her several times. She's pretty much always in the hallway, just standing there. The first time I saw her, we met eye to eye. All I did was I said, "Your move." She just faded away. None of these ones really frighten or scare us. It takes a lot to scare us. Recently I've seen a new one. He's a shadow that moves quickly near me and past me, like reflected in the window at me. I've never met it face to face. When I moved to Surprise, Arizona, 12 years ago, if you told me that we would have ghosts, I would have said, I do hope so. But I guess be careful what you ask for. This male figure seems very familiar, yet not. I know that sounds nuts. I've been thinking about when I first noticed it. My mom's in late-stage dementia, and it's day of day, of course, but I can't shake the feeling that I know this entity. Well, anyway, yes, even the hunter is sometimes hunted. We all hope it's not a nasty attachment, and if it is, we'll just have to throw it out. My Encounter with the Black Dog of Hanging Hills. Let me preface this story by stating this is one of the weirder experiences of my life. It's because it's a shared one. I've opened to any natural explanations as I'm thinking it might be some shared psychological experience. This is the best explanation I could come up with. But anyway, here's the story. In Meriden, Connecticut, about 10 minutes outside of where I live, there's like a range of mountainous trap rock ridges. They're called the Hanging Hills. The easiest way to get to them is to park in a wooded mountainous park called Hubbard Park and take a trail that starts with a slightly intimidating passenger bridge. That crosses over the highway. I'm afraid of heights, but always try to challenge myself by going hiking and putting myself in slightly uncomfortable situations to overcome my fears. In the spring of 2014, my wife and girlfriend at the time decided to take our umpteenth time hike up the hanging hills to see Castle Craig. It's a stone tower that stood at the end of the main trail. It overlooked the cliffs, the city of Meriden, and the whole valley. So we launched into a discussion on the drive there about the legend of the Black Dog. I find ghost stories that have any shred of historical reality to them intriguing. That's because most representations of ghosts on TV or social media these days involve people becoming easily scared by shaking or noises. The legend of the Black Dog is an exception. That's because it involves the legend itself, and a story of two geologists from the late 1800s. They encountered it and actually documented it. The legend is that if you've seen this black dog of hanging hills, once for joy, twice for sorrow, and 3 times for death, there's plenty of legends of black dogs and folklore that tell a similar tale. The two geologists, W.H.C. Pynchon and Herbert Marshall, they were conducting research of the area in the winter of 1891. That's when they encountered the black dog. According to the story, Pynchon had seen it once and Herbert twice. Herbert didn't believe in the legend, and after ascending the hill again alone, Herbert supposedly fell to his death. I remembered the image of the black dog from W.H.C. Pynchon's story. It was very clear every time we hiked up the mountain. This time was no different. And that particular day, my girlfriend and I encountered a hiker on the trail that was letting his black dog without a collar roam loose. We weren't sure whether it was right to mess with people or not. The dog wasn't really little like the one depicted in the story. It was bigger, like a lab terrier mix. Friendly, too. Came up to us and started panting at her legs. "Sorry about that," the hiker said as he caught up to the dog and us. "Not at all. Bet you love having a little legend with you around here." "Oh yeah, the ghost dog," the hiker said, sort of forcing a laugh and grimacing as he had heard that one way too many times before. As he walked away, my girlfriend made a comment about my obsession with the stupid dog, and I wanted to hear about it. We made our way to Castle Craig. It was about 20 minutes later. Unlike the trails off the highway, the main trail from the park is not long or really difficult other than the large hill at the end of it. We took pictures on the top of the tower and by the cliffside, not really thinking anymore about the black dog. We had made so many trips up the tower, seen so many hikers with the black dog that the legend almost seemed like a joke. Want to take the main trail down or the road? I asked this as we were finishing up taking pictures and drinking whatever water and Gatorade that we had left. "The road," she insisted. "Then we can see that river." The road leading up to the castle was typically taken by cars and bikers. We sometimes hiked down it to catch a glimpse of the sort of river on the way back to the park, but despite it being a warm day in April, there were very few cars and bikers on the way down. It was nice and quiet. About a quarter of a mile into our walk, my girlfriend tugged me on the shoulder and pointed a finger on the side of the road between some shrubbery. "What the hell is that?" she said. I took a step forward, but she tugged on my shirt and shook her head. "Is that what I nodded. All I could do was nod. The figure was small and resembled a black dog with floppy ears and a hot dog tail, much like the one in the illustration. I wouldn't have thought much of it if not for the fact the figure was blurry. It wasn't the distance between us that made it blurry, and there really weren't any fog-related conditions that day. It was almost as if Mother Nature had taken the dog in a Photoshop program and used the blur effect on the dog specifically. And even when I took a step closer to my girlfriend's hesitance, it still looked blurry. We were frozen otherwise, though. Didn't think to take a picture of the figure. There was like an unknowing understanding between us that we shouldn't approach and just wait for it to cross. As the figure crossed the road, it didn't even look at us, just dawdled with its nose to the ground. For the rest of the hike, we were silent. We both knew what we saw, but couldn't really put into words. It was only after a while that I said I should have taken a picture, but deep down I felt it was a good thing that I didn't. Seeing the figure wasn't frightening, but it wasn't pleasant either. We've been back to Hanging Hills many times since. We never encountered any luck or sorrow, just a memory of a little blurry sort of black dog, and an understanding that when you see an actual paranormal entity with someone else and understand what it is, there isn't really a question about it. I've read many stories posted online since about this black dog. Few have described what we saw. Black dogs run loose in the park all the time, and a number of the encounters we read about seem like fabrications or just encounters with stray dogs. If you live in the area or have a similar story, I'd be very interested in hearing yours as well. I haven't met or spoken with a real person who's had a similar experience. And I also haven't been able to objectively rule out what I saw. I'm open to any scientific explanations on collectively seeing blurry figures in a shared experience. It'd be disappointing, but interesting to know about a more logical explanation too. I think my house is haunted. Things first started happening when I was younger. One of the first times I experienced something was when I saw something in my basement with my older brother. It was Christmas morning. We'd gotten an indoor swing and we were both playing on it. The swing was located at the start of the hallway and the doorway. The hallway had 2 rooms at the end of it. One an office and the other a guest room. As we're playing on the swing, we both got an uneasy feeling like somebody was watching us. We were alone down there too. We both then turned to look down the hallway to where the left of the presence was. In this hallway we had a couple of bins stacked against the wall near an office door. But from behind the bins we could see a person peeking out just watching us. All I could see was a head and shoulders, but it was just a shadow, had no features. We could see the shadow kind of moving a bit, but it was mostly just staring at us from behind the bins. At that time I was sitting on the swing just staring at it with my brother right beside me. We both just stared. We weren't really sure what to think because we had never seen anything like this. Nobody had been down there with us. As we stared at it, I began to get nervous, went to look at my brother. But with just staring at this thing, I didn't even realize that he had run away back upstairs, leaving me alone with this shadow person. As quickly as I could, I got off the swing and ran upstairs, terrified of things still being down there. I was truly scared of the basement for a while after that. I'd never go down out alone. Well, my parents really never understood why. Both my brother and I will never forget this scary experience. We both went on to have many more weird experiences after that. I really will never know what was down there. Ghost in the Bog. My family is originally from a small fishing village called Catalina. It's in Newfoundland. It's 4, maybe 5 miles north of Catalina is an even smaller village of Little Catalina. The surrounding area is covered in small ponds and bogs. In 1913, the town of Catalina held a dance of all the local youth. My great-grandmother was about 13 years old at the time. She was in attendance at this dance. According to her, from Little Catalina came as well, making a pretty, few miles of a walk. But her name's been lost to history. Well, that night it was unusually dark and a fog rolled off the North Atlantic. The dance finished at about 9 p.m. and everybody went home. My great-grandmother said that the next morning the girls' parents were riding in their wagon, stopping at everybody's houses. They were looking for their daughter. They were thinking that she might have stayed with Catalina and her friends or relatives. One boy said that he had seen her walking up the road towards Little Catalina after the dance. So a search party was organized, and for 2 weeks local men searched the forests and bogs while fishing and boats scanned the coastline. Nobody found any sign of her. Eventually everybody came to a grim conclusion. She must have gotten lost in the dark and fallen into a bog hole. They have like quicksand and they'll suck you down. Months later, one man claimed to have seen her floating over the bogs one evening. He said that he attempted to go out to her, but she disappeared into the forest. I suppose nobody put much weight behind his claims because he was drunk. Years later, probably in the early 1920s, my great-grandmother said that she was out berry picking in the bog with her sister. The sun was just beginning to set. She said that she looked across the bog and saw a girl floating like steadily and smoothly over the ground. She said her movements were smooth. There was no possible way that it was a person walking. Great-grandmother claimed to have seen her a few more times through the years. She passed away in 91. In the summer of 2008, I was 16 years old. My grandfather and I were spending the summer in Little Catalina with relatives. Being old enough to drive, I spent most of my days in Catalina at the swimming hole. One evening, I was driving back with a distant cousin. As we were passing the bogs, he just sort of pointed and put to the windshield. "What's that?" When I looked over, I saw a girl standing in the bog. Except the strange thing was her height. She seemed overly tall for the distance. We were like 40 yards away. I would have guessed that she would have been 7 feet tall, but her proportions didn't seem to match being that tall. I slowed down and asked my cousin, Maybe that's a local." He said no, and the girl then turned and pretty smoothly and quickly floated away behind some trees. My cousin and I were genuinely freaked out and drove back home. When I got home, I told my grandmother what I'd seen. Grandfather. And all he said was, "Huh?" Told me the story my great-grandmother told him. He said over the years he had heard of people who had seen a ghost in the bogs, but I always thought it was just a story to keep kids from playing out there since it was pretty dangerous. I heard voices last night. Last night I was up until about 2 a.m. I'm having issues sleeping, so I'm usually just fiddling around on the computer. A little bit of context here. My mom has stage 4 cancer. I don't use headphones when I'm playing games or anything, maybe except on rare times. And if I do, it's usually during the day when my mom's up watching TV. Where my PC is in my room, I can see my mom in the living room in her chair. So last night I'm scrolling here on Reddit. That's when I hear what sounded like my mom in the living room. My mom uses a walker to help her due to having both knees replaced and also being 80. I had my door open, so I looked into the living room and she wasn't there. The lights were off, nothing moved. Okay, just the house making normal sounds, so I go back to Reddit. A little bit later I hear my mom's voice, but I don't really make out what she said. It's just one word, so I assumed she said my name. So I'll go out to the living room expecting to see Mom. But again it's dark and she isn't there. Stand there listening, forbidden to even say, "Mom, you up?" She doesn't reply. I go to her bedroom door and listen, and I can hear her breathing and she's sleeping. Okay, it's not Mom. Stand there a moment, and that's when I hear a full-on sentence behind me coming from my bedroom. Maybe the bedroom next door to mine. Can't make out what it said, but it was definitely 8 words or so. And I should point out that we do have a few spirits in the house, human and animal. I've posted about them before. So I got back to my room and just told the spirits that it was enough and to stop doing that. Didn't have an issue the rest of the night. Nice. Question on taking spirits with you to a new home. So my plan is to move my mom and I back to Indiana. No problems other than that we know that there are several spirits in our current home that, They were here when we moved into it, plus the spirit of my dad, my dog, and my cat. We would like to take them with us. The spirits who were here when we moved in have done nothing but let us know that they're here. My mom was touched by one the day she was going to the hospital for a knee replacement. The touch was on her shoulder. It was like a comforting hand letting her know that it was going to be okay. Most others are hearing voices or names being called and smelling cigarettes or cigar smoke. I assume my dad's spirit will be easy. Just take the urn with his ashes with us. But what about the others? Do we just tell them to come along, or do we need to bind them to something to take with us? What about the pet spirits? Will they follow because they're attached to us, or do we need to attach them to something? And as for the pets, I have a squeaky toy my dog played with, and we have a lock of hair from the cat. I'm so used to actual ghosts in my house that I completely ignore an actual person trying to break in. So my house has, for as long as I can remember, major levels of paranormal activity. It's an old farmhouse that's been passed through about 4 generations of my family. There have been plenty of deaths on the property. It was built around 1880. And while it's not got a particularly bloody past, it's got its stories. My grandma died in what would later become my nursery. My great-grandfather fell out of his hayloft back in the 1920s. We found an old unmarked grave left from the Civil War that got left behind in the 70s, etc., etc. Activity's common. Pretty much as common as a housefly around here. Cabinets and doors open and shut. Things get moved, footsteps in the hall when no one else is home. Figures in doorways. We hear a voice in the old grain silo sometimes, which isn't really possible. That's because if somebody was in there, they'd suffocate, etc. None of it feels or acts malicious, so we're used to it or just sort of take it on the chin. So used to it, in fact, that I completely ignored someone trying to break into my back door last night because I just thought it was normal activity. I was in my brother's room fiddling with his PC for some stuff, and I heard weird knocking sounds from outside the house. Knocking is normal, though. It's usually inside, but I went ahead and ignored it. This went on for about 3 or 4 minutes before my dog started growling so loudly I could hear him from across the house. He doesn't growl at anything. It's because the basement door is really, besides the basement door. So I just thought it was weird. Went to go calm him down in the living room. I heard the back door in the kitchen shaking and yelled, "Stop it, you're going to break the handle." Because that's just the sort of thing we say when something's getting particularly rough. Maybe 30 seconds later I heard the door swing open. Without really thinking about it, yelled, "Pretty sure I told you to knock it off." Didn't realize anything was wrong till a voice I didn't recognize said, "Shit!" Said it super loud. The door slammed shut. And of course I immediately ran to see what it was, just in time to see like a silver truck peeling out of my driveway. So yeah, essentially just a warning not to get too comfortable with your haunted housemates. Because it might turn out it's not them making the noise. That's a good one. Hauntings I experienced as a child. So as a child, I experienced several chilling encounters before I even knew what a ghost or a demonic entity was. My first experience happened when I was about 5 or 6 years old in these government housing projects. This is in Ingleside, Texas. I remember so very often I'd have this dream. This dream where I was fighting over a toy I had with like a child in my dreams. Every time I would awake in the morning, I would have this horrible feeling over my body. Kind of an extreme impending, dooming burst of anxiety. I also remember my mother would leave my bedroom door open and she stayed up past mine and my brother's bedtime. My brother's probably 2 or 3 in his crib where he would sleep on one side of his crib against the wall. I would sleep on the opposite side with my bed against the wall. I remember the glow of the TV lighting up the hallway and it was casting a gloomy light over my bedroom. She would leave her door open on the same side that my brother slept. So one night, I recall seeing people in a white mist-like form. They were floating into my bedroom, one after another, like in a line, starting at my door, moving between mine and my brother's bed. Went into my double closet doors, where they would then disappear. I could make out every detail of the facial features and clothes that they were wearing, but it seemed as if they had no feet, like just floating maybe 6 inches or so off the ground. I don't remember them ever looking at me or even acknowledging that they were there, but as this was happening, I remember screaming, "Mom!" at the top of my lungs. My mom came running into my bedroom and I told her, "Mom, can you please shut my door because the people keep coming into my room?" I know the dream with the child always disliking me, like fighting with me and wanting my toy, didn't seem to match up with this memory. But I just feel like it was a real spirit or some entity that somehow has to do with this place, or maybe just me and my family. Either way, thinking back on it, something about that kid in my dream always felt scary. It was always a pitch black room where we would quarrel with the toy in the center, but... Moving on. My memory's kind of vague on this. I don't remember if we switched housing numbers and moved to another unit or my mom switched my brother and I's room. But I remember we had a different bed. A big, maybe queen-size bed that my brother and I shared. I sat on the floor with just a box spring with the head of the bed against the wall. The door to the room was on the same side of the left, and there was a closet on the right side of the room that was maybe 5 feet from the bed with a double window centered about 4 feet away in the wall toward the center of the foot of her bed. Growing up semi-Catholic, my mom would come into her room during this time, tuck us in, and have us say like a prayer, like an Our Father prayer. This one night I remember my mom coming to her room for a nightly routine. In the middle of our prayer, I got this overwhelming butterfly feeling in my stomach, and I just burst into laughter. It troubled my mom so much that she raised her voice at me and said, "What's wrong with you? That's evil. You don't laugh during your prayer," or something along those lines. So I finally stopped giggling, started over and finished my prayer, and just proceeded to go to bed. Later that night I woke up, opened my eyes to the window. It was glowing yellow. It was glowing through the blinds from the streetlight outside, as it always would. But this time saw the silhouette of a creature hunched over or slowly walking past the glowing window. It was at the foot of her bed and disappeared into the darkness of the night side of the room. At the time, I knew nothing about demons or spirits. The only way I could explain the shape of this creature was he looked like the Count from Sesame Street, short and sort of hunched over. The even craziest part's like 5 years ago my wife and I watched a documentary on the Hat Man, this malevolent shadow figure. Well, this documentary intrigued me and sent down like a pretty deep Google rabbit hole. While scrolling all the images on Google of the Hat Man, somebody drew a picture of the exact image I saw as a child. That hunched creature just moseying across with the glowing window behind it. It blew my mind. I don't really know why I didn't screenshot this image, but it's nowhere to be found now. At least I haven't been able to locate it again. Did someone witness the same thing I did? Maybe had a dream or a vision of what I saw. Either way, if you find this image or the creator, please share it with me. I'd like to get in contact with this person. So around 1996 or 97, my mother, brother, and I lived in an apartment complex in South Texas. It's called the Sun Valley Apartments. We lived in the second story of a corner apartment, and I remember my brother and I had bunk beds. My first experience in this apartment wasn't really bad, but I recall going to bed every night with an old TV on. We would always fall asleep to Nick at Night, like the Crosby Show or maybe the Munsters. black and white shows of that sort. But between my bunk bed and the wall where our heads lay there was like 3 feet of clearance. That was to the side ladder that I was on, and I used to climb up this ladder to get to my bed. Well, one night, just as I fell asleep, I felt a very hard tug on my pillow. I began to laugh because, although my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, sometimes we'd break the rules and stay up playing quietly so my mother wouldn't hear us. As I proceeded to hang over the side of the bed and look down at my brother, figuring he'd be waiting for me with some toys, I was shocked to see he was dead asleep, practically drooling. Called his name thinking maybe he was faking it, but it didn't take long to realize that he was actually asleep. I was still too young to know about ghosts, so I was mainly confused. Decided to go back to bed. My mother and I later had a really bad experience in this apartment and actually got my grandparents and a priest involved, but that story's for later. Although this story isn't crazy, it really happened. Looking back, I hope my kids never have to experience things like this. Later in my life, as I became a teen, I came to the realization that sometimes it's not homes that are haunted, it's the people. I had a lot of encounters growing up all the way into my mid-20s, and I'll continue to share them with you, and also the reason why I believe I was haunted as a child. I haven't had an encounter in years, but just because the physical encounters have stopped, doesn't mean that we aren't in a spiritual battle every day. Every now and then I feel an evil presence that sends chills down my spine and raises my hair. Especially after the massive Halloween party I threw last year. But I do combat them with prayer and it does go away. Stay tuned for the second experience I had in this apartment. The one was my first really bad experience. An attack that basically brought the onset of my night terrors as a child. And from this point on, bedtime for me was horrific for many years. So in our South Texas apartment during the early 90s, experienced the pillow tug as I told about my last post. My mother knew about this, but I still didn't really think she believed I was under attack. I think she thought it was just overactive imagination of a child. That was until the night that I called her screaming. So I recall sleeping on the top bunk of my bedroom. Not sure what time it was, but I don't believe it was too late because my mother was still up. The room was pitch black and I was randomly woke up from a dead sleep. As I cracked open my eyes, all I saw between my bunk bed guardrails was snakes. I remember them being dark shadow-like silhouettes with flared wings like cobra and red glowing eyes. They were bobbing their heads up and down from the rails where I was looking. They were in and out of view, one after the other. Had to be about 4 or 5 of them. I remember screaming, "Mommy!" and crying. My mother burst into the room, flipped the light on, and I could hardly get my words out, but when I did, my mother immediately knew what was happening. That was because she then burst into tears and yelled, "Leave my kids alone!" She went to check the closet, but I cried, yelling, "No!" That was because I truly believed they were hiding somewhere, but waiting for their moment to pop out. Cut forward a few weeks later, my mother began complaining that she would wake up in the middle of the night to something laying on top of her. She would fall asleep and feel the pressure above the blankets beginning at her feet. She would turn or move and it would start over until fully just covering her whole body. She could hardly even breathe. She eventually got a hold of my great-grandparents, who were strong Christians, heavily involved in the Catholic Church. My great-grandparents called the priest and one day came over with him and blessed the apartment. Encounters came to an abrupt stop afterwards in that home, at least as I recall. Later in my life, I found out that my mother dabbled around in witchcraft. Not sure if it was during these times or before, but she always believed she was a medium that could help spirits. That was because when she was a child, after her grandmother from her mom's side passed away, she said that she saw her sitting on the bed one night and spoke with her. So spirits and the supernatural always intrigued my mom. I believe her actions in welcoming spirit for the dead brought all of this onto us, kept evil things that always lurking near. I don't believe she handled the situation well by crying and showing fear to these entities in front of my brother and I. She should have been strong for us, gave no fear to this evil. I believe if she would have been strong and true-hearted, she would have been able to, and also would have kept these entities from us and our households. But either way, shit happens, and I've spent most of my life quarreling with these demons. So far, I've managed to keep them away from the homes these past few years, as I've become a believer, you could say. One day I'll tell you guys about the good experiences with the Holy Spirit, but for now I'll tell the tales of the frightening ones. That's because sometimes it takes learning the devil is real to believe there's a higher power. There are negative and positive forces at work, and kind of just like war, study your enemy before battle, so you know what you're fighting against. Stay strong, my friends. Feel free to reach out if you ever need any advice. The light shined in my face. So if you recall from my last stories, I had several different experiences as a young child. And as embarrassing as it is, this led me to bedwetting till I was about 10. Well, besides the few times as a child that I lived in apartments and government housing with my mom, I spent the majority of my adolescent and teenage years living on a cotton farm in South Texas. That's with my great-grandparents, and that's north of Corpus Christi, kind of near Bayside in the Port Bay area. It was a little old-fashioned two-bedroom white house surrounded by cotton fields as far as the eye could see. Could make out the town of Gregory and the refineries, and you could also see like Ingleside at night because of the little strings of lights in the distance. It was pretty rural, and my great-grandparents were salt-of-the-earth type country folk. So we had a window unit in the back bedroom. The rest of the house was cooled by screen doors, windows, and fans. Eventually a window unit in the living room that only went on at night. Remember, my great-grandmother would often get up in the middle of the night and walk me to the restroom with her flashlight so I wouldn't pee the bed. One night when I was about 8 or 9, my grandmother got up and shined the light in my face for a while and then walked away. I didn't get up or even open my eyes because something my grandma would say in Spanish is, "Wake up, let's go to the restroom." Would gently shake me a bit and would get up and go with her. And this night I was comfortable and needed a little bit more convincing. Just a flashlight in my face. So, cut to the morning, my grandmother was up making coffee and breakfast. I walked over to her and asked her why she shined a light in my face. She told me she actually forgot to get up that night and take me. Paranormal experience on Mount Washington in Pittsburgh. The summer of '90, my brother was attending the Art Institute in Pittsburgh. He invited me to stay the week at his house on Oneida Street in Mount Washington. He had 3 roommates. They were also staying at his house, and, well, the first day I arrived, my dad and my brother tells me that he's trying out for a heavy metal band to become their lead drummer. He tells us he's been listening to a tape cassette, like electric guitar acoustics only, since over the past month. He can learn the songs and play along on the drums. During the 2 months, he practiced every night and played the cassette tape, front and back. One night, my brother noticed that his radio would turn on by itself and start playing the cassette tape. And it would also fast forward and rewind on its own. He told us that there's weird noises in the cassette tape that weren't there when he received it. Wanted to know if we were interested in listening. My dad and me were sort of intrigued and wanted to hear the tape for ourselves. My brother hit the play button, and I could hear the guitar playing pretty loudly for a few minutes, and then it started fading to the background. I could barely hear it. And then suddenly I started hearing loud growling noises. Something like angrily yelling and talking. It sounded like it was talking backwards while I was listening. It started gave me the chills, and I'd never heard of anything like that ever. Looked at my dad and shook my head in disbelief and asked him, what the heck did he think? He said, whatever it is, it sounded very evil and very angry. Told my brother to either give the tape back to his musician buddy or to burn it. And after we finished listening to the cassette tape, my brother then began to tell us stories on what he and his roommates had been experiencing. He said that they would hear footsteps going up and down the stairs and into the hallway. Items would be moved or go missing in their bedrooms and bathrooms. TVs would turn off or on by themselves, and the door would open on its own. My brother and his other roommate both had drum sets, and they both heard something tapping on the drums in the middle of the night. My brother's girlfriend stayed over one night, and in the morning, while my brother was in the shower, his girlfriend ran frantically out of the bedroom and into the shower with him. My brother was startled and asked what's wrong. She told him. The bed started shaking, and then it elevated off the floor and terrified her. He also told us that a week prior, one of his roommates ran out of the bedroom downstairs, looked pale as a ghost while doing it. Then he ran out of the house. He left his belongings and never returned. The old roommate had never contacted anybody to tell them what happened. After my brother told my dad and me all these stories, I had to decide on whether I wanted to stay the week or drive back home with my dad to Johnston, Pennsylvania. Being 14 years old, I didn't want to look like a wimp or scaredy cat, so I decided to stay the week with my brother. Mentally, I was trembling and terrified. The first night, I was absolutely terrified and didn't want to go to bed that evening. Thought about pulling an all-nighter just to make it through the night. My brother had class the next morning, so I'd get up early to catch the bus and head into the city, and a blanket and pillow and laid on the floor next to my brother's bed. At about 3:30 a.m. or so, I got the chills real bad. I felt like something was watching me. I heard something in the hallway, like creaking or footsteps. Suddenly, the bedroom door flies open. 3 larger window blinds flew open, smacked the ceiling, and then came back down. He jumped up off the floor in a fighting stance, scared as hell, and yelled, "Come on if you want a piece of me." My brother woke up and said, "What the hell was that?" I told him what happened, and he just said, "Don't worry about it, it won't hurt you." I stood there staring at the open door and down the hallway in disbelief, and at the time I was second-guessing my decision to stay, and I was thinking about calling my dad to pick me up. It was like an hour and a half away. I sat back down on the floor and just sat up against the bed until daylight. I remember hopping in the shower and just thinking, like, how am I going to make it through the rest of the week? Well, to make it through, I pretty much drank myself to sleep every night, like a lot of beer. And on occasion, I do remember hearing noises at night, like footsteps and creaking noises. But after that incident, the spirit left me alone. Well, at least not to my knowledge. I don't know if it accepted me or if it was bored with me. I was hoping to find others that may have stayed or lived or rented in this house and heard about their experience and encounters. Woman with black hair covering face and white dress. I vividly remember the night I seen this woman. I was young. I was getting ready for bed, changed my clothes, was getting ready to turn the TV on to put on a DVD, and the moment I look up in the reflection of the TV, I could see the bed and a woman wearing white with long black hair covering her face looking at me. I was petrified with fear, couldn't move or speak. First thought was that there was an intruder who broke into my room. Something felt completely off, so I took up the courage and looked at her with my own eyes. Then she disappeared. I quickly looked back at the TV reflection. She wasn't there either. Never seen her again in my life. I'm in my 20s now. I can never explain this logically, and to this day I have no idea what it was, or who she was, or what she wanted. I've never questioned it until about 5 minutes ago, like, why me? So I'm posting here in hope somebody might have seen something identical or could maybe explain this, or even something more logical. Your thoughts and theories are appreciated. The edge of my eye still burns. He lived in a very small village in the Netherlands. So basically every teenager from that place and some people from a nearby town, like me, we attended. I had to pee, so I went to his bathroom, which is located in the hallway. Now this hallway separated from the living room through a door. Only the bathroom and the stairs to the second floor were there, making it kind of distanced from the party. After finishing my business, I couldn't for the life of me get the door to open. I could turn the lock every way, but the handle and thus the door wouldn't budge or give at all. I felt very anxious and started panic. It lasted for about 10 minutes in total. One of his relatives had used the bathroom. The door from the bathroom flew open, almost hitting them. Huge relief came over me, and I was basically exhausted, definitely sobered up. Both my friend and his relatives didn't recall having any problems with this door. I've known this guy for years. I'm still good friends with him. I trust him completely and visited the place often in those years. So whenever I was with him in, say, the living room or the garden, nothing happened. Never quite trusted going to his bathroom again, though, despite them kind of laughing it away. Almost 3 years later, on a warm spring day, 2 other close friends went to visit him again. I told him I had to do homework, but agreed to come along and make it there. It involved something I needed, like good headphones, and he assured me that he had one. It turned out to be a total piece of junk, only holding itself together from being tangled for so long. Couldn't focus at all downstairs. Decided to go, upstairs, continue my homework, not really thinking about it. The room straight ahead up the stairs was his mom's sewing room. Very basic. Large table on the north side, so you'd sit with your back to the door. Now the whole left side of this room is filled with a lot of clothes and probably a lot of other stuff behind vaguely transparent slider doors. There's all storage behind them. You could kind of guess what the first clothing item was behind the door, but not make out any details. Trying to focus on my homework, I gradually felt it getting cold in the room. I started clicking my teeth, and I was cranking up the heating and was conveniently located under the table I sat at. It temporarily helped this battle in temperature and regain some concentration. The longer and deeplier. The longer and deeplier focused I was in the room, the more anxious I started to feel. It was a big sensation that something was looking at me from behind the door to my left. A dress hanging at waist level really stood out to me. But I didn't dare look at the direction for too long. I just wanted focus. And then I saw her. From the very edge of my left eye, I felt an eye staring straight at me. That's how close she was from me. She definitely didn't want me there. Closed my laptop and immediately ran scared out of my mind back downstairs. Slammed open the door with my eyes wide open and straight away told my friends. They all looked at me like I was crazy. But to this day, I can still feel that edge burn. I really see that moment our eyes met. She definitely did not want me there. Especially while typing this and reliving it in detail, the edge of my eye practically burns. My heart's pounding like crazy, and the middle part directly below my chest starts to almost hurt from the anxiety and the heavy beating of my heart. Talked to my friend several times about this, and he still laughs it off. And as for me, I'm glad that we're all in our 30s now. Never have to go there again. Sweden, 2010. It was me and 2 friends back in 2010. We were in our late teens. It was the middle of the night. We'd been doing something, I can't really remember, but we were sober. We walked home, and naturally, a friend who lived closest turned off first. About 10 minutes later, we got a call from him asking us to come to his house. We had heard some noises, thought somebody might be in the house. When we arrived, he was standing on the road outside waiting for us. To give some context, this guy didn't believe in anything supernatural at the time, so he was pretty sure there was an actual person in the house. Started searching the entire house, closets, under the beds, everywhere. Found nothing. We were a bit spooked, but concluded that there was no one in the house. We decided to make the best of it, play a horror game, and sat down in the room upstairs. I lay down on the bed and I sat down at the computer, which was right next to the door. Before I even started the game, I heard somebody tiptoeing outside the door. Jumped up to open it, but hesitated at the last second. As I stood there hesitating, someone on the outside pulled the handle, caused my hand to move up and down several times. Reacted by grabbing the handle with both hands and pushing it up as hard as I could, holding the door shut. Told my friends to get up, and on the count of 3, we ran out. We ran downstairs, grabbed something to defend ourselves with, and searched the whole house again. Still, we found nothing. Kept searching for maybe 30 minutes, but as the sun began to rise, we gave up and lay down on the couch to watch a movie instead. The sun shone through the upstairs window, From the couch, we could see the wall via the staircase. As we were lying there, I saw the shadow, like a figure, I'd call a man, I guess, just walking back and forth upstairs. But at that moment, I realized there's no point. There's nowhere for anybody to hide up there, no way for anybody to get there from the outside. So I didn't really say anything to my friends, and we continued watching the movie. Story. I'd recently moved to the southern part of Sweden, leaving behind my home in the central region of the country. This relocation meant that I often found myself driving long hours late at night to visit friends and family back home. The road had become so familiar to me that I could probably navigate it with my eyes closed, though the one-way journey took about 7 hours. One night as I was driving back home, I reached a stretch of road that runs through the forest. It's deep in the countryside. It was the dead of night, and the only light came from my car's headlights coming through the darkness. Suddenly, a glowing orb appeared in the sky, just above the car in the upper corner of my windshield. First, I was confused, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It couldn't be the sun, it was far too late for that. Besides, the light was, strange. It had an almost eerie quality to it. It was a warm, glowing color reminiscent of the sun's hue, yet it didn't cast any light on its surroundings, like the trees or even the road ahead. So I kept driving. My speed steadily was at 90 kilometers an hour, but the orb remained fixed in my view, as if it were following me or somehow connected to my car. Strangely, it seemed to grow in size, though it never moved in its spot in the sky. Then, without warning, the orb suddenly dove straight into the car. I instinctively threw myself to the side within the car, and my heart raced as I tried to avoid whatever was happening. Despite the shock, I managed to keep control of the vehicle, but when I looked back, the light had vanished as if it had never been there. I was left in a state of shock, not sure what to make of the whole experience. Before I could even process what had just happened, a deer suddenly darted into the road. There was no time to react. I hit it with a sickening thud. Pulled over immediately, my hands trembling as I stepped out of the car. The deer lay motionless in the ditch. Its life ended in an instant. The whole event left me shaken, and I couldn't help but feel unsettled by the strange sequence of events. Over the years, I've often thought about that night, trying to make sense of what I saw. Never found a clear explanation. However, when I eventually shared the story with my mother, I was stunned by her response. She revealed that she had experienced something eerily similar on her way home from work one evening. The same mysterious orb had appeared in front of her car, and not long after, she was involved in an accident that could have been fatal. The connection between our experiences was unsettling, and has stayed with me ever since, though I still prefer not to speculate too much on what it all might mean. Sweet dreams. Thank you. See ya.